Mr. Victor Audu is based in the United Kingdom. Please give us a round of applause as we introduce Victor for his keynote speech.
Hello, Mr. Ayo. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are on or you are live.
Okay, I'm live now.
Yes, you're live.
Okay, so coming up next.
It's live with us coming up.
Hello. Hello, good morning, everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome you to this incredible summit. I am truly, truly honored to be here today, surrounded by such passionate and engaged individuals. And one thing we sure can guarantee you today is that you will get the ROI for your time. So, before we dive into today's discussion, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who made this event possible, to our dedicated team, volunteers, sponsors, and all our speakers. Thank you for your hard work, time, and commitment to bringing this summit to life. Without your support, this wouldn't have been possible. And I truly appreciate each and every one of you from my heart. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. I know some of you here today, whether as participants or speakers, probably had some initial questions when you first heard about us or when you received your invitation to attend this event. I can imagine some of you might have thought to yourself, is it just another initiative by people who might eventually have nothing new to offer? Or perhaps are they just setting up a system to take advantage of our resources and dig into our pockets? If any of these were your or were amongst your thoughts, I want to assure you that your skepticism is completely valid. We've all seen countless initiatives that come and go, promising much with great manifestos but delivering little. So it's only natural to question the value and purpose behind a new network or organization. Now, just so we're clear, in case you're worried about our intentions, if you decide to contribute to any of our resources or funding, we gladly accept them. And yes, we will definitely make sure they are put into good use. But on a more serious note, let me tell you that Incata is not just another network trying to make a quick impact. This organization, and more importantly, this initiative is built around a mission that addresses one of the most urgent and pressing issues in the tech industry today, most especially in cybersecurity. When we started this journey, we didn't want to simply build another network for the sake of having one. We wanted to create something with lasting value, with purpose, and with tangible outcomes. We recognize a critical gap in the tech space, especially in Africa, where the cybersecurity landscape is frankly vulnerable. These vulnerabilities, these vulnerabilities are not just the result of outdated infrastructure or systemic failure in government policy. They stem from a deeper, more concerning issue: the lack of well trained, highly skilled individuals who can tackle the complex challenges that cybersecurity presents in the digital age. This gap is a significant risk, and it has the potential to destabilize not just organizations, but an entire economy, industries, and societies if left unaddressed. As someone who has been deeply involved in the tech and cybersecurity industry for some time now, I have witnessed firsthand the glaring vulnerabilities within the Africa tech ecosystem. And let me be clear, these are not just theoretical concerns. They are very real threats that we need to start taking more seriously. From data breaches to ransomware, the risks are growing and the need for robust cybersecurity measures has never been greater. But here's the thing: these challenges aren't just about defending against external attacks or dealing with technical flaws in the system. They are also they are also stemming from a place of not having the right mindset and attitude to tackle this risk. And with the lack of the right mindset, we cannot implement the right resources. We cannot have the right character into tackling these challenges. You see, being a tech expert especially in the field of cybersecurity, isn't just about having a job title or holding certifications. It is about a lifestyle. It is embracing a lifestyle, a commitment to continuous learning, a relentless drive to stay ahead of threats, and a proactive approach to securing the digital infrastructure we depend on, and understanding that the digital landscape is constantly evolving, and with every new advancement such as artificial intelligence, new risks and disruptions arise. To tackle this risk, we need experts who are not just technically competent but are also prepared to think critically, adapt quickly, and innovate relentlessly. That's the kind of expert we aim to create with this initiative. Individuals who see themselves as part of a much larger mission to protect the digital environment, no matter how quickly it changes. So I'll go a bit further to explain the challenges and the global, or more like the global challenges we are experiencing in recent times. In recent years, we've seen an alarming increase in cyber security attacks across the globe, with no region immune to the threat. Either you live in Kafanchan, you live in wherever part of the world, you're not immune to this, irrespective of the business you're into. Either you're a market woman, either you are someone who sells in a corner shop, you're not immune to these attacks. According to recent studies, the global cost of cybercrime is expected to exceed $10 trillion annually by this year, which is 2025. This is not a problem that can be contained within specific industries or geographical regions. It is a global crisis that requires urgent attention and action. But as alarming as the statistics are, the real issue lies in the fact that the current cybersecurity workforce is simply not prepared to meet the growing threat. Globally, the cybersecurity industry is facing a severe talent shortage. There are millions of open positions that remain unfilled, despite the growing demand for skilled professionals. The talent gap is especially pronounced in emerging markets such as Africa, where technological advancements are rapidly occurring, but without the corresponding growth in availability and qualified cybersecurity experts. As a result, many organizations are left vulnerable to attacks, unable to respond effectively to security incidents, and lacking the in house expertise to design and implement robust security strategies. This is where our initiative comes in. We understand that the key to addressing these vulnerabilities is through education, training, and empowerment, but not just any kind of training that is forward thinking, comprehensive, and tailored to the unique challenges we face today and in the future. Our mission in fostering the next generation of cybersecurity experts at Incata, our mission is simple yet powerful: to train, inspire, and empower the next generation of cybersecurity and AI tech experts who will lead the charge in safeguarding our digital world. We are not merely looking to train people to fill existing roles. No, no. We are preparing individuals who will innovate, who will think outside the box, expand the box, who will be ready to face the challenges of tomorrow. The reality is that the cybersecurity landscape is being reshaped by rapidly emerging technologies like AIs, machine learnings, and quantum computing. While these technologies offer incredible opportunities, they also present new risks. AI, for example, can be used to enhance security measures, but it can also be weaponized by attackers to exploit vulnerabilities in new and dangerous ways. AI-driven cybersecurity, such as automated phishing campaigns or AI-generated deepfakes, like deepfakes is a new thing now in the cyberspace where people can, create things that are not existing, clone voices, clone images that are not existing, clone people, clone video. They can even make dead pictures seemingly look alive. That's the power of AI in deepfakes. Now, they are already making traditional security measures obsolete. To stay ahead of this threat, we need experts who not only understand how AI works, but also how it can be applied to protect systems and data from malicious use. So our mission is not just to develop technical skills, but also to cultivate a mindset that embraces the evolving nature of technology. We believe that cybersecurity is not just a job, but I see cybersecurity as a lifestyle, an ongoing commitment to learning, adapting, and growing. Every tech professional must approach their role with a sense of responsibility, knowing that the systems they help build, protect and maintain are the very backbone of our digital lives. Our vision is simple. Looking ahead, our vision is to create a world where cybersecurity professionals are equipped not just with tools and knowledge of today, but with the foresight to tackle threats of tomorrow. Our aim is to build a sustainable cybersecurity ecosystem in Africa where the tech workforce is not just reactive but proactive, anticipating threats before they even manifest. And so, to achieve this vision, we must work to ensure that training and education are accessible, relevant, and forward thinking. We must foster a culture of continuous innovation and resilience where candidates are inspired to not only pursue technical excellence but also develop a passion for cybersecurity as a crucial aspect of their personal and professional identities. As artificial intelligence and other cutting edge technologies continually evolve or continue to evolve, the importance of building a robust cybersecurity posture will only grow. The future of our digital economy depends on this. And at Incata, we are committed to making sure that the next generation of cybersecurity experts is ready to rise to the challenge, not just cybersecurity, AI, and tech innovators. To build this future, we must invest in the right resources, tools, and educational opportunities. We need to foster collaboration among governments, businesses, and educational institutes that ensure cybersecurity training is a priority across the continent. We need to inspire candidates to see the broader picture, to understand the importance of their role in shaping the security of the future, to embrace the mindset that cybersecurity is not just a career, it is a lifestyle, a constant challenge that demands both passion and perseverance. As we move forward, I invite you all here today, whether you're a participant, a speaker, or a supporter, to join us in this mission. Together, we can create a more digital future for Africa and the world at large. I welcome you all to become a part of this endless movement. Thank you so very much. And I will now give the floor to all of us to enjoy the moment. Thank you.
Uh, it's as close as can be, or let's say,
Yeah,
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 my mouth.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to be a bit different. I'll read. I'll talk. I'd like us to have a conversation, so that I'm not just reading. Very quickly, distinguished industry stakeholders, cybersecurity, AI professionals, esteemed guests, tech enthusiasts, ladies and gentlemen, both online and here. It's an honor to stand before you at this edition of this quite clearly impactful gathering. With great pleasure, I welcome you all, online attendees and participants, to this hybrid event. I want to extend my gratitude for your presence, particularly as we come together to reflect on the growing intersection between AI and cybersecurity measures in safeguarding data and shaping the future of technology in Africa and beyond. This year's theme, Data Security in the Age of AI, is a reflection of the reality we can no longer ignore. Just as I said, I mean, um, one of my staff was talking to me 2 days ago, and she was sad. So I was asking her what happened. She was duped 200,000. I mean, if you are a Yoruba and you grew up in Lagos, you probably understand where you are just going, somebody calls you or touches you, and then you forget everything. This one, they didn't touch her. Somebody just called her on the phone. And you would have thought that it's only the super rich that are vulnerable. Each and every one of us potentially. I mean, me, somebody duped me the same 200,000 2 years ago. The person broke into the WhatsApp of my brother-in-law and just chatted me on a Monday. I said, "Hey, guy, please, I need 200,000." My brother-in-law's WhatsApp is in Canada, married to my sister. And then I transferred the 200,000. And then the guy chatted me again and said, so, I need additional 300,000. So I told him that in this account, I only have 170K. He said, okay, transfer 100. So as I was transferring the 100, somebody was calling me and not allowing me. You know when calls enter your GTB app? One of my friends. So I was cutting. He was calling me. I was cutting. And then when I picked, he said, "I hope you have not transferred money." I said, "I have." He said, no, this guy is a dude. You know how vulnerable we all are, because we're in the world of digital where each and every one of us are potentially vulnerable. So as we journey into this critical discussion, let us run through Nigeria's historical, technological, and contextual realities to better understand the opportunities and challenges. And I say this because of some of the young people in our midst. I'm sure you're going to think this is how Nigeria has always been. I promise you, no. There was a time where if you had someone in Ibadan and you would like to see them, you either travel 3 hours or so, or you write them letters. On Muritala Mohammed, which is just very close to this place, there's a particular bus stop just before you get to Imbo. It used to be called Post Office. I remembered very clearly where I used to go and buy stamp and write letters and post. There was a time where digital was only in the dreams. So that was a time where we didn't have problems about data security, cyber security, and all that. But we're in a world where even my daughter, I'm using a tablet. My daughter is 5 years old. She has a tablet. She has an email. So my daughter is vulnerable. My family is vulnerable. I am vulnerable. So we have to ask ourselves, how did we get to this point where we have become digital natives, where everybody has a phone, everybody has an email? I'll tell some stories. So let me take you back to the 90s, when Nigeria's technological infrastructure was super fragmented. It was an era where banks operated in silos. There were 89 banks in Nigeria. 89 banks. And all of these banks were disconnected financial institutions. Things were so bad then that if you bank with a bank in Lagos, even in Yaba, and you wanted to collect, if you travel to Ikeja and you want to collect money, if the branch of that bank is not there, you will travel back to come and collect money. Okay, that's not bad. Guess what? There was a time in Nigeria that if you wanted to collect money in a bank, you will plan to go to the bank and get to the bank at 6 a.m. and collect something we used to call tally number. It's beautiful to be young. Nigeria was one time, some will say, a jungle. To withdraw money from your account in Lagos, you had to be physically present in Lagos, even if you were in Kano. That's how rough it was. At government agencies like the FRSC and immigration, citizens stood in endless queues. I remember when I was paying for my diploma in 1999. I stood about 3 or 4 hours in UBA. in Oyinbo, 4 hours just to pay because you have to go early. In fact, what our parents used to do is that our parents will send us to go and line up for them because your parents are older now. So you just be lining up and be moving and be moving. And so when it is closed, your mom will now come and take over. Imagine that life. The disaggregation reflected a broader issue. Nigeria lacked the technological cohesion to optimize infrastructure and secure data. The absence of connectivity was an inconvenience and glaring vulnerability. In that analog world that I talked about, safeguarding information was a Herculean task. So what used to happen is that if there was a corruption in government house, guess what they used to do? Sabotage. They'll just come in the weekend and set off fire. So when they want to probe them, if somebody stole money, because all the records were on physical ledgers, on books. If somebody stole money, and if they are bringing the EFCC, I mean, the EFCC didn't exist until about 2003. But before then, if somebody stole money and they want to catch him, the guy will just set fire over the weekend. He'll say, government office has burned. It was crazy. The beautiful thing was that with democracy in 99, there was a pivotal turn in Nigeria's journey towards digitization. First was the banking consolidation exercise of 2003. It became a watershed moment. From 89 banks, they were collapsed into 25. They were forced to digitize their operations. We had First Bank had about 700 branches. Access had about 300 branches. GT Bank had about 500 branches. UBA 500 branches. So the banks expanded, and the only way to manage that expansion was to connect digitally. This was about 22 years ago. This transformation extended beyond the banking. Under former President Olusegun Obasanjo, the government started deploying e-government initiatives, digitizing operations of customs, immigration. Data was collected and managed digitally for the first time, enabling Nigeria to access services through electronic channels. Our journey towards digitization. So Nigeria's digital transformation began quietly in the 90s. I remembered I got into secondary school in 1991 now, which is about 34 years ago. It was rough. I schooled up north in Jos. Then it took about 3 days to travel to Jos, which is just about 9-10 hours now. By air flight is an hour. And all the money that I needed to be given to us at the beginning of the term. On one unfortunate day, I entered train from the train station down there. The train took about 3 days. All my school fees was paid in something like check. We used to call it bank draft, I think. Bank draft. But all my, I don't know what they call it now, all the money that my parents gave me was in my bag. So in the train, I sat down with my elder sister, who unfortunately passed on. And then I was playing with her, and by mistake, I raised my hand. And while we were going on the train, all my money flew out of the train. We had gone the journey more than a day. I can't even call my mom and tell her that the money has been missing. We had to continue the journey to Jos for another 2 days. We now had to go to NEPA. My mom used to work in what is now called PHCN. We used to call it NEPA. They had to send a radio report that your son doesn't know what to do. It was chaotic. If your family died, you may not even know for days. You may not know for weeks. And so it was really dangerous time. But in the mid-2000s, life began to change. Besides using PCs in the 90s, we started importing laptops. I was sharing just last week how the biggest vision I had in 2006 was to buy a laptop. There was a Pentium 2 laptop for 40,000 I couldn't afford. Because, my salary then was 7,000. And if you had a laptop, you were not considered a Yahoo boy then. You were considered going somewhere. I couldn't even afford it. But certainly in the 2000s, laptops emerged. And then around 2010, tablets. I told you this tablet is my daughter's in the 2010 period. Financial institutions, they led the charge, transforming from manual ledgers to digital systems. Educational institutions followed suit. They incorporated computer literacy into their curriculum. The current expansion of GSM networks amplified the changes. Thank God for that policy shift in 2000 that brought GSM, all these phones that we have came in August 2001. I can't forget because it took me about 2 years to get my first phone. But from that month, August 2001, I think that's the most significant year in the evolution of digital development in Nigeria. As digital innovation accelerated, no, I was going to talk about smartphones someday. The rise of smartphones marked a watershed moment in Nigeria's digital journey. Of course, social media platforms, they form simple communication tools into reliable vehicles for social change, business growth, and cultural expression. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram became integral to our daily lives. I mean, I don't know if everybody remembered, but just 5 years ago here in 2020, we remember what happened in October 2020, October 20 in particular. NSAS. But that NSAS campaign, frankly, started on social media. So, with mobile phones and social media, social change was easier and faster. People could hold government to account. In fact, it was so bad that people were holding government to account so much that government had to shut down Twitter. I mean, Twitter was not the only social media then. There was Facebook. But there was so much aggressive demand for accountability that government shut down a social media. Interesting times. The progression from basic desktop computing to AI-driven system now represents more than simple technological advancement. It reflects a fundamental shift, particularly in the Nigerian society. While these innovations have created unprecedented opportunities, they've also introduced complexities about data security and digital sovereignty, particularly in an increasingly connected world. So today, we study online. We keep our money online. Okay? Our biggest asset. I mean, some of these young people, their asset is not even in money, it's in cryptos, it's in NFTs. So the value in their life is, I mean, I went to St. Saviour's School. St. Saviour's School is in one of those, very close to this place. And one of the parents was speaking that day. And she said, our biggest concern is that our kids pay attention to their virtual friends than their physical friends. Young people here, I'm sure you understand. My son plays PS5 at home. My son is concerned about his friend. What's this game that kids play? Roblox, I think. He'll be telling me he has 150 friends on Roblox. I don't even know if those friends are real. But that's the world we're in. People trust more their virtual friends than their actual friends. People will take pictures and they'll be checking how many likes do I have. People who don't know you. People who might never meet you. People's self-esteem. People's meaning about life is all now in the virtual. And so there is more at risk now for each and every one of us. Do you know that people are committing suicide from just online rejection? Are you aware of that? And so we're at risk, each and every one of us, the young, the whole, institutions, infrastructure. So the question is, how do we secure data in this world where the potential friend and enemy is not just a person? It could just be an AI bot. How do we secure it? While digitization has brought undeniable opportunities, convenience, efficiency, access, it's also exposed us to significant risk. The more we rely on technology, the more data we generate. In 2010, the Time magazine splashed on their headline, is more valuable than oil. My people, today we call data dust. You know why? Everything we do generates data. Everything. You know how dust is everywhere? That's data. Just as you are here right now, if you have a phone, if you just log in, that's data. If you took a picture, if you clipped a video, if you chatted your mom, if you called your friend, if you just looked at TikTok, you know, I call TikTok the daughter of the devil. TikTok is so crazy that the algorithm on TikTok almost knows what you're thinking. Are you aware of that? TikTok, why I say it's the daughter of the devil is that you can plan. I'm just going to TikTok for 5 minutes. After 2 hours, you have still not realized that you are there for 2 hours. That's TikTok. TikTok does not just know the video you liked last week. It knows the one you are going to like tomorrow. So it will show you. And then it shows you. Now, imagine how vulnerable we all are. People think that it was for kids. I think that the biggest age transformation I've seen on social media is on TikTok. Because you'll see grandma dancing. Everybody is looking for attention, which is the gold of our world. So the question is, How still do we secure our data? In 2018, the European Union implemented the benchmark for data privacy all over the world. It's called GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, setting a global standard for data privacy. Interestingly, just about 12 months later, I remembered vividly. GDPR was launched in May 2018. I think in May 2019, Nigeria released its own NDPR. These regulations sought to safeguard data privacy and security in an increasingly digital world. Like I said, digital is now our world. How do we safeguard? However, the risk environment has grown dramatically. In 2018 and 2019, many of us were still on Facebook and Instagram. I mean, I'm not sure there's any young person on Facebook anymore. I remember when Facebook just came out, parents used to tell their children, you had better face your book instead of going to Facebook. Well, the children are not on Facebook anymore. They're on Snapchat, they're on a few other funny places they are on. So the world and the digital environment is different. Okay? The regulations, I mean GDPR, NDPR, they sought to safeguard data privacy in an increasingly digital world. As our digital footprint expanded, so did the attack by bad actors. Previously, bad actors operated physically to perpetrate crimes. So before, I mean, guys, let me tell you, in the 90s, Nigeria was a different place. So the biggest criminals in the 90s in Nigeria were guys who were called kidnappers and guys who were called armed robbers. I mean, for anybody who is my age, they will remember there was a guy who was notorious in Nigeria. We used to call him Shinorambo. Who remembers him? So the baddest guys in Nigeria were actual person. In fact, Shinorambo, you know, how can you know Shinorambo, my brother? Shinorambo, you know, this man, you are looking too young, you know, but you are not young. If you know Anini, you pass me. Guys, the bad actors were known. Some women actually liked them. They were dating many women. They were thieves and armed robbers because they went around with guns. On Ikorodu Road, when Anini Rambo was going, they went in convoys. People will leave the road for them. Today, the worst criminals are unknown. You don't even know their name. Guys, in the future, the worst criminals might not even be a human being. Think about that. The guy who is hurting you the most, stealing your future, robbing Nigeria of our future may not even be a person. It might be an AI bot that was created by in North Korea. How do you create protections against crazy guys like that you don't know? How do you? So I was talking about this recently. Just recently, Chinese AI startup, this DeepSeek, this was just over the weekend, last weekend, 1 week. They announced limiting new registration following a massive cyber attack, coinciding with a surge in the demand for their AI assistant. According to DeepSeek, their V3 model uses less data at a significantly lower cost than their competitors. Thus, it appears that the only way saboteurs can clamp down is by cyber attacking it. I'll give you an idea. Before, it used to be that if you have an idea, people will want to befriend you or attack you. These people usually, we know them as friends or we call them village people. I'm sure you hear when you get into a problem, they say village people. Imagine when all the people in your village were just 2,000. Imagine billions of people all over the world who can build billions of AI bots that could actually work even more deviously than your village people. Just think about that world that is more vulnerable than those village people. Let's pause to consider and imagine complexity called synthetic data. Just 2 weeks ago, Elon Musk, the owner of Twitter, says the AI world has run out of data. That's amazing. I just told data, digital what? Data is everywhere. But Elon Musk just 2 weeks ago said the world has run out of actual data. That actual foundational models have been trained with all the data available. So the data that is being created now is called synthetic data. Do you know what that means? It's data created by AI. The direct implication of that is that what you think is truth may not be. What the internet, what AI, what data you think you are referencing may not exist. Just last week, I was trying to get my son on DeepSeek, and my son checked out himself. So when he checked, his name is Arka, A-R-K. So my son was asking DeepSeek, so who is Arka? Okay. My son was asking who is Arka, and I hope you guys are familiar with what is called hallucination. The AI was just hallucinating and telling him trash. That's the world we're in, guys. Where the data, what you think to be true, is not true. So the question is, who owns synthetic data? As to which secure information that hasn't even been created. How do you secure it? How do you secure the future? Real crazy. But my time is about done. So back to where we left. In 2024, can you guys remember the biggest fraud that happened in one of the largest banks in Nigeria? What we're seeing now is that the risk is not just about AI, it's AI infusion with man. So there are leading trends in data security. I'm moving faster now. AI-driven threat detection, zero trust architecture, federated learning for privacy, AI-powered inside threat monitoring. And this is big, particularly in the banks, where before it used to be that armed robbers would just come and rob. Because we're all dependent on digital now, even the staff themselves can be the armed robbers. They just don't need to carry gun. They know where the vulnerabilities are. Regulatory alignment and compliance automation. I'm sure we all know about ransomware. Okay. And the last one, human AI collaboration. So let's talk quickly about data and the AI intersection, and then I'll bring this to a close. Okay. AI and data security are locked in a complex dance. For Nigerians, this is not just theoretical, it's personal. Our digital footprint grows daily. From the NIN, I hope everybody has NIN here. From the NIN biometric data, okay, to all of the other things that are requested by the banks like BVN, our lives are dependent on digital infrastructure. In just 2024, there was a major breach where the minister of digital economy, his digital data was sold for 100 naira online. Do you know what that NIN details contains? It contains your name. It contains your age. It contains your home address. Frankly, it contains the basic information that allows anyone to access your banking record. So imagine if your digital identity can be sold for 100 naira. AI plays both hero and villain in this story. It can help to detect and block cybersecurity, but it can also give criminals new arms for them to attack us. The same technology that flags suspicion can also generate convincing phishing scams. There's a whole lot here, and I'm happy to share it. So what do we need to do to strengthen data privacy with AI? The first one is identity authentication. Before, it used to be national identity. Now we have that. We need to be able to authenticate it. The second one is to further secure financial transactions, particularly at the banks where all of us remain vulnerable. Older people, my mom went to the bank in the same area and just asked somebody there to help her use her ATM. And almost 600,000 was taken. She was just crying, that old woman. We need to increase protection on data infrastructure from the government. We need cross-agency data sharing. Of course, there's a need for more public education and awareness. So as I conclude, remember this. Nigeria's journey from disconnected system to digital integration wasn't just technology, it was about trust. And it's not just about trust, it's about people. Today, AI reshapes our digital identity as a nation. We must build on that trust by ensuring our data remains secure. Our collective responsibility is to leverage this technology to protect the very fabric of our society, which is our data. Let us commit to proactive measures, continuous innovation, and a shared vision of a secure digital future for Nigeria and Africa. To conclude, again, I want to thank the organizers of this edition of the Cybersecurity AI Summit for putting up a discussion like this to stir the narratives. I'm sure we'll have even more engaging conversation later. I also want to appreciate all the critical stakeholders from within and outside the country who are going to be presenting or have presented in today's summit. Thank you all for attention. I look forward to an engaging discussion. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Beautiful one, beautiful one. From our keynote speaker, Mr. Lanre Adelanwa, also known as Basamta. So I like to say that, as all these discussions are going on, as we're having conversations, you can begin to note down your questions for each speaker. So we're going to have a general question and answer session at some point, and then your questions will be answered, at least, as many as possible. So we're about to go into the third keynote right now. And I'd like to call Simi once again to just do a little icebreaker and then introduce the next speaker whilst I read his profile.
Thank you very much, sir, for that. Okay, so the next keynote is going to be Mr. Faya, and he's going to be taking us on emerging ethical and legal issues in the AI age. Please, I can go ahead.
Okay, so next speaker will be speaking online.
Okay.
Mrs. Fire is the founder of Technology Policy Advisory. He leads the firm's policy and research practice area. Moses has extensive experience in advising clients in startups and the technology space, and contributions, and has also made contributions to legislative processes. He has influenced technology policy in Nigeria, whilst representing a diverse client base, from startups to government agencies. He provides guidance through the complexities of tech regulations, and he is committed to shaping a robust tech policy framework. Moses, by the way, Moses is a lawyer, so he has deep insights, and he understands the legal frameworks surrounding today's issues, which include AI and cybersecurity that we're talking about. Um, committing Committed to shaping a robust tech policy framework, Moses' work bridges the gap between technology and policy, promoting innovation while ensuring compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, please give us a round of applause as we welcome Moses Fire. And he'll be speaking on emerging legal and ethical issues in the use of AI.
Yeah. Dele, thank you, Simi. I just want to confirm if everyone can hear me. Just want to confirm, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, you can hear me. Thank you very much. Yes, so it is my honor to be invited to speak, to give the keynote speech on emerging legal and ethical issues in the AI age, and it's truly an honor to be with you guys, though virtually. I had made plans to be again with you, with everyone physical, but just some last minute change of things. Again, I needed to just be back in Abuja, and thank you again once again for this opportunity. And just to go straight into the speech for today, it's like, as we all know, that AI is changing the world at an incredible pace. I believe that everyone in this room you've come across the new AI platform that we've had now, DeepSeek, the whole what's it called, supremacy battle between US and China. Yes, because AI products in whatever form and shapes are really reshaping industry, influencing our economies, and even redefining human rights. But again, for me, I always say again, it's with great powers come great responsibility, and that is why we need to talk about the legal and ethical challenges which AI is bring. And again, that is why again this summit is very critical and very important. But before we even, I think the very first thing is just to highlight some of the challenges which I believe some of us in our day-to-day work, or even as industry practitioners, we've come across is, I think the very first challenge which all of us can agree, it's the regulatory gaps and uncertainty, which, like the regular saying, it's technology move faster than the law, same as AI is moving very fast than the law or any policy that governs it. So, but again, we've seen some regions like the EU, which have had made some form of strides in having an AI Act, and many other regions are still trying to figure it out. For Nigeria, we have in an AI strategy, which is still in a draft form and is currently being deliberated. And I know it's out there for stakeholder engagement, for input, again, to be able to make it more robust and comprehensive. Sometimes early this year, I think Kenya came out with their own AI strategies. So we've seen African countries again trying to come up with a draft to even just put some guardrails around this thing called AI. But again, this lack of consistency creates uncertainty for businesses and users like us. So one thing is that we see that we need clear and adaptable legal frameworks that encourage innovation while also ensuring accountability. Another question is who is responsible when AI goes wrong. So if an AI system makes a harmful decision, whether in hiring, as we've seen, whether in medical, whether in financial transaction, who is to blame? Is it the developer? Is it the user? Is it the company developing it? So traditional liability, that's the civil, the criminal laws, aren't designed to handle this AI autonomy. So we need new ways to determine who is responsible. There's also the aspect of privacy and data protection, which Mr. Lanre has spoken on it very extensively. Currently, we have the Nigerian Data Protection Act. But again, is it sufficient? It's another conversation. Do we need more guideline again to address this specific aspect of AI? Yes, we need more. But again, it's another conversation. You now go to the aspect of intellectual property and AI generated content. So if an AI creates a piece of music, a painting, or a writing, as some of us have been using ChatGPT, DeepSeek, or any other platform, who owns it? Is it the developer? Is it the person who trains the AI, or no one at all? So, but we've seen that courts worldwide, even judges, are grappling with these questions. We are not the only ones asking it. Countries like US are asking it, EU are asking it, and the answers we have major implications for creativity, for business. Now, also AI as cyber threat. Mr. Larry has also mentioned this aspect. So AI isn't just a cybersecurity tool; it's also being weaponized to use to use it against individuals, against countries, against businesses. And going to the ethical dilemma of AI in this age, it's with one of the very core ethical dilemma from again from the legal and policy standpoint of view is the aspect of bias and fairness. So we've seen that AI reflects so many biases in the data it learns from. If we are not careful, AI can reinforce certain discriminations in hiring, in lending, and even in, let me say, in aspect of law enforcement. So we need transparency in terms of fairness and audit. And like some of us we even know that ma- majority of the data which is even being used to even build these AIs are not are based on data of the, let me say, outside the global south. It's more focused on data of, again, people outside Africa. So is it when using it, we have to talk about this bias and fairness, the aspect of human sites and AI autonomy. AI is making big decisions about who gets job, who gets a loan, healthcare decisions. But should we trust AI completely? An example again, I always use the aspect of ChatGPT, where you want to write anything and you just go and put it on ChatGPT. Do we we've I've seen situations where people trust ChatGPT very well than even having an human oversight. So ensuring meaningful human control is very, very important. There's also the aspect of AI in military and surveillance, which is again is a very big discussion in terms of autonomous weapons, which raises ethical concern. But I think one very critical one, even which is really grappling within African countries and Nigeria, is the aspect of misinformation and deepfakes, where we've seen AI generated misinformation is already influencing politics, finance, even our personal relationship. One question I always ask people is that, do you think that all the opinions, the thoughts you have, are actually your own independent thoughts? Do you think that they were not influenced? Like Mr. Larry even made mention that TikTok. So all the feeds you see on TikTok, how does even TikTok know about you even more than you know about yourself? But again, it still asks us. We still have to ask our question: what we need to do. So, what do we need to do in this situation? Because AI has the potential to make the world better, but only if we guide its development responsible. And I think my suggestion or my recommendation in some of the basic things we can do is we need to develop clear and adaptable regulations that addresses AI risks while not stifling innovation. Again, this is a line of item again for policymakers. But in again, in even though it's a line of item for policymakers, for me, it's we again as innovators need to be intentional about being involved in these conversations in terms of coming up with adaptable regulations. So, if, for example, in Nigeria, we currently have an AI strategy, and I know that the Ministry of Communication and Digital and Innovation have been requesting for comment. Have we even tried to, on our own, go through that document and even send in our comment? Yes, there's also the aspect of where we say, will the government even, will even the people behind the regulation even take our comments? Will they even take it into consideration? But do your own part first. We need to be deliberate about being part of this conversation so that we can influence and advise adaptable regulations that don't stifle innovation. We also need to ensure that AI is developed and used responsibly with fairness, transparency, and accountability at its core. We need to educate ourselves. We need to educate policymakers. And here, that's where the collaboration between policymakers and innovators, and so that both everyone understand the powers of AIs and the risks of AI. Again, we need to build partnership across board between government, between industry, between civil society to develop AI solutions that benefit humanity at its core. I think so. For me, my final thought is uh, AI isn't just a tool; it's a force for shaping the future. And we have a unique opportunity here to ensure that it's used for good. But again, that again requires a very thoughtful legal and ethical framework, which not the policymakers alone cannot do this. The lawyers alone cannot do this. There need to be that deliberate partnership, collaboration between everyone in the ecosystem. Yes, the challenges are real, but so are the opportunities. And if we come together, we work together, I believe that we can build an AI powered feature that again prioritizes fairness, security, and human dignity that everyone can be proud of. Thank you very much.
Can we give me a round of applause again? Thank you. So now this is just like an ice break session, right? But listening to the insightful and as inspiring conversation since. So this is going to be more interactive. I'm going to be asking questions. I'm going to be talking to each other. So first off, my question is, can AI be biased? If you have a response, you can raise your hand. Do you think AI can be biased?
Yes. AI is actually from a creator, so it does at the end. It still does what the creator wants. So if the creator is biased, most likely the AI is biased.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. So, first off, I have some things written down: green flags, red flags, and Mr. Lanre actually gave us a lot of expo when he was talking. He had different examples to actually create from. Because when we say AI, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, it might look like something big. But when you bring it to relate it down to your normal daily life, you understand how vulnerable we can be with these situations. So I have green flags, I have red flags. I'm going to be reading a sentence. If you think this is a green flag, you raise your hand. If you think it's red flag, let me know. Okay? So the first one is enabling two-factor authentication a green flag or a red flag? Like, like a very green flag. We all agree, right? Okay, so I received an email from my bank asking me to verify my account by clicking a link. But you know, some of us after you see click the link, tomorrow someone else will still see that and click the link. But please let's not do that. Okay. So your friend gets a message from you, but you never sent it. Is it actually possible? Okay. Thank you. Um Deleting emails from unknown senders that request personal information or financial information. Is it a green flag or a red flag? It's a green flag, right? So yes, you should actually delete emails from unknown senders that are asking for your personal information or not, or your financial information. Okay. So someone calls claiming to be from your bank and asking for your red flag. That one is even very, very clear. Okay, so I have another session we're going to go for. I have two truths, one lie. I'm going to be saying some sentences. If you think it's a lie, you let me know. Okay. So AI can generate human-like text, art, and music. True. Okay. AI can think and feel like humans. Why? They're not. Okay, sir. I once received an email from a prince from. Sorry. Thank you. I once received an email from a prince promising money. I once received an email from a prince to Dubai promising me money. Is it true or no? Is it true? Yes. It's very, very, it's very, very true. Yes. So it's not in Dubai exactly. Okay. So I will go to. Let's just do two more videos before we continue. Okay. What comes once in a minute, twice in a moment, but never in 1,000 years? Once in a minute, twice in a moment. And thank you very much. Please put a round of applause for him. Thank you. Okay. I can be cracked, made stronger, sometimes forgotten. Without me, your secrets are a risk. I can be cracked. I can be made stronger. I can be forgotten sometimes. And without, thank you. Password, that's his password for anyone that didn't hear. Okay. Then the last one. I drive cars. I suggest movies. I filter spam, but I'm not a person. Yeah, I got it. Thank you very much. Please put a round of applause for me. Okay, so I'm going to be introducing the fourth keynote speaker. Um, I'm going to be introducing the fourth keynote speaker, Danjuma Audu. Going to take it AI catalyst for growth in the society. Is it ready? All right, thank you. Please put a round of applause for me.
As much as possible. So we're about to enter our fourth keynote session. So our job is done here. Our okay, so Danjuma Audu, digital he's a professional in digital transformation and information technology in general. He's passionate about growing business through digital transformation. Whilst having a basic science background, Danjuman has kept on learning, developing his skills in various aspects of business management and technology with several technology certifications. He has a background in with a Masters of Business Administration in International Business from the University of Greenwich, London. He's also a graduate of the prestigious Lagos Business School, where he completed senior management program. He also has an MBA in business administration and management from the London School of Business and Finance. With more than 10 years of industry experience creating impactful solutions, um, Danjuma has helped um, people and organizations acquire skills in software architecture, customer engagement, and most especially creating frameworks for digital transformation. Okay, so let me just cut it short. Without without much further ado. As a leader in digital transformation, Danjuma is enthusiastic about leading innovation and enabling organizations to grow in the digital age. Please welcome Mr. Danjuma Audu, and he will be speaking on the topic AI catalyst for innovation in the society. Please give him a round of applause.
Okay, am I very audible? Hello? Hello? Uh, I'm struggling to. Hello, am I very audible? Uh, Hello? I need to know. Oh, you can hear me. Okay, thank you. Can anyone see my screen, please? Can someone, what can you see? I'm supposed to be sharing a screen. I don't know if that is no. You have my face. Okay. Okay. To be honest, I really know how this work. Ayo, I don't know how this work. I'm trying to see how to share my screen. Okay. Okay, you have just my face. Wow, wow. What can you see? Well, ta, 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 ta. Is there any way someone can help me out so that I can look at the bottom of the screen to share your screen? Okay. I can see present. Look at the bottom of your screen. Okay, present. Okay. I've seen present. It's saying stop screen, stop my screen. Okay. Then I'm doing present now. Present, I'm seeing slides and PDF. Okay. To be honest, I really don't know how this works. Can someone just guide me? It's my first time seeing this app. I'm used to either Zoom or Teams. Someone is typing present. I've clicked present and it says share screen. Okay, I'm sharing screen now. Share screen with monitor. Okay, share screen. Okay. Okay. Window. Okay. Okay. How about now? Is anything visible? Oh, fantastic. Okay. Okay, yeah, so I'm my name is Danjuma Audu. Yes, I think I've been in the industry for a while, and yeah, I've been hearing so much about AI, but it's like I've been hearing all the bad things about AI. So on my own part, I happen to be a developer, and the company I work for, we build AI solutions for companies not just in Nigeria, but in Europe and Canada. For specific, we have AI solutions and all of that. So it's quite different from the way I look at it. So my perspective on AI is quite different from what you guys think. But I think you all think the same way, but just that my focus is more on the AI aspect, actually, and not so much about the negatives. But though I'm going to point that as well. And so permit me, I'm still just having some issue coming up with my slide. Okay, I really don't, I'm struggling. Okay, yeah, I think I'm this now. Okay, yeah, so artificial intelligence actually is not new, but it's a transformative force in the computer science. So I'm going to focus more on what it takes and the building. And it's just about reasoning and performing autonomous action. But I think the reason why it is like this, from what I think from what Lanre talked about, is as a result of what has happened now. There's so much data now. We have there's so much. There's internet, and then we're in the cyber world, or we're in the digital age, and that is what has propelled the AI. So it's just because of, and this has led to recent development in computing power. Of course, a lot of data availability, and of course, a lot of innovation. There are algorithms. To be honest, if you switch off your internet, I think AI is gone. So maybe you might want to try that. So if you want to end AI, let's just cut off internet. Of course, we might have to worry about the other things that depends on the internet. So it's simply a tool in the computing world. And there are just two components about it, generative AI and the conversational AI. So my goal here is for us to see what we can do for AI, and what we can do with AI, and what AI can do for our society, and how we can actually catch up and make our life better. There are just two components, the generative AI and the conversational AI. But what we have today now is a combination of these two. In one case, you generate a new content that really doesn't exist. Of course, that has to do with some large models that has been built by those who are very rich, but of course the tech and all of that. And then we have the one that converse with human. An example is your Alexa, Siri, Cortana. You talk. A lot of the chatbots are actually here, actually in this category. Try to behave as if they are humans. So I was running a test recently for a solution we're deploying for a customer in Namibia, and there was AI there. I was so amazed what the AI could do, and we couldn't even test it to that level. So AI can actually make life better, and of course, we'll still look at the nuances, the risk, and all of that. But in the entire world now, the AI is like the new electricity. And some said AI is powering the fourth industrial revolution. Like 100 years ago or more, when electricity was discovered, a lot of industry changed. So many things changed. Factories had to be rebuilt. And so AI is doing the same. And it's impacting every of our life. It's impacting every industry. AI is a very fast-moving train, and it takes away everything on its way. But you see, before now, the AI belongs only to the big tech, and because it's so expensive, you need to put in a lot of AI engineers, data engineers, to make it come to life. And because of that, only the big tech could actually make good use of it. And could only make just good use of it. Example could be maybe making a better internet search. Of course, Google use that, and they have a lot of cash. I think they cash out a lot. And then the likes of Amazon were using that to, of course, to do product recommendation, and at the end of the day, generating large amounts of revenue. So what happened to the rest of us? I think the only thing we knew about the AI then were to use the technology that this tech giant built for us. Example, Siri and Alexa were limited to that. But how about we look at local businesses, the small businesses? How would the AI really help them? So it's not just the tech. So you look at the company that runs T-shirts, a company that is just producing T-shirts. How about we look at getting meme or something that is trending on social media and use that to design or to print? AI could fetch information from social media or what is trending, put that into shirts, design, and that will help the business owner in demand forecasting. AI with the camera, with the image technology inclusive, could actually allow you to take a picture of the shop or of the display room or the factory or the showroom, and the AI could actually advise where certain products could be placed. And in that case, it helps in product placement. But you could also have AI to kind of recommend how will you get a particular raw material from the market. Should you get it for $20, $100, or you want to wait because there are other factors, maybe seasons, maybe it has predicted the currency value. Maybe currency will fall or your currency will go up, and the AI might actually allow you to wait, and that actually helps in supply chain. But how about you have clothes, fabrics, talking about T-shirt, and you could actually detect materials, maybe tears, and use that to train the AI. AI could actually detect cuts and some irregularities, and that helps in quality control. So AI could actually help in a whole lot. But let's look at individual, and our society is divided basically into two. You look at the organization, and then you look at an individual. And the AI is shaping the competitive landscape. For the organization, you're looking at employee engagement, allow businesses to make informed decisions, optimize business outcomes, reduce operational costs, reduce human error, of course, fraud detection. We're working with some banks in Kenya right now, and we're helping in fraud detection. The surprising thing is that Nigerian banks are really ready to employ technology. I'm sorry to say. From what Lanre spoke about earlier, how his mother got defrauded, lots of money. I think if you look at it, there are a lot of cases. It happens every day. The reality is that even the banks themselves are not even ready to help. They are not even ready to solve the problem. Because this money moved to an account. It's not as if it flew through the air. It moves to an account. Those digital records are there. They don't even want to investigate it. And so I think that will to solve a problem is really what we need to do. And that can actually put AI. So fraud detection, a lot in Europe, they are really working on this. In China, you have fraud, things happen, report it. In fact, they get it resolved. And you can, AI is about the information that you feed into it. It has to do with a lot of training upon training upon training. And it will perform a particular task very well and absolutely. We're talking about cybersecurity. If you really want to solve this, I think the AI has come to help. We have used AI in employee engagement. I've seen a lot of this in some African countries and in some European countries, in Australia, in Canada, and Europe. So I've seen a whole lot of that. I've seen this happening in Hong Kong. But in Africa, if in Nigeria, we're not even serious. And then so when you look at the employees, you look at AI allows you to learn. You can learn anything. Just type. Now we're talking about DeepSeek. You can use that. Just type anything you want to learn. There are certain information that are still genuine. You want to ask what's the GDP of every country. You can get that. You want to ask how many continents are there in the world. You want to get that. You might want to ask certain questions. Maybe you're doing research. You can get that. You want to learn maybe a technology, maybe a programming language. For example, you want to learn Python. You want to learn how to program. The AI is there for you to learn. For you to use, you can use AI to build another AI from the same learning. And then let me just, there's this narrative that AI is coming to take our jobs. I used to believe that, but it's not true. And so if time permits, we might go into that later and I can provide more context to that. So there's a whole lot that you can benefit from AI as an individual. The performance evaluation improvement. I know someone who is also a friend of Ayuaro who work. This person, got a job and was doing badly. The rating was just dropping. The person turned to AI. With AI, in matter of 2 years, the person went to the very top. All the promotions, everything, this person will consider for because he gets things done faster. Procrastination isn't his problem. So there are a whole lot. So let's look at the general global perspective about the AI now. So what is really matters in the whole world and what is pushing the AI? So I hear previous speaker talking about things are happening so fast. The reason is because of competitiveness and the need for businesses to increase revenue, cost reductions. These are among the priorities that are fostering the transformation in the AI space. So you look at operational efficiency, you look at time to onboard an employee. Of course, we're talking about scarcity of skills, but also employee retention rate is also another issue that is also leading to that. And AI has really come of age, and it's helping and it's transforming every industry. So let's look at the positive side and those who have used AI, just some stories, and these are early findings. Permit me, the company I work for is related, we work for Microsoft partner, good partner, country winner and the best in Microsoft in a lot of African countries, in Nigeria, Botswana, Namibia, and Ghana. So a lot of my studies are in the area of Microsoft. So my narratives is tilting towards that area. So I'm kind of biased, and the research I am going to show you are things that are friendly to Microsoft, because that's the solution I sell. And I spend a great deal of my time to do that so that I can provide food on the table for myself and for my family and for those that are with me. So I'm sorry if I'm Microsoft friendly. So these are findings from Microsoft sponsored survey. So 87% of organizations believe AI will give them competitive edge. These are those who have used it. And then there's higher productivity. Company using AI, about 72%, they actually have a 72% higher in organization productivity compared to those who use it less. Those who use it have higher, about 72%. Now there's job creation. And this is against those who feel AI takes their job. Before, I actually believe AI will take job before, and I actually believe that, I don't believe that AI will create more jobs before, but now I believe, because I saw it firsthand in Kenya. There's a company called Jubilee, and so we sat with the CIO, and there were jobs that AI created that they are filling up now. And what was that? So the AI did do some automations and then be able to create some other opportunities, and then some other things that becomes your concern. So let me give you an example. Maybe you plan getting to Ibadan, and you think getting to Ibadan from Lagos is a great deal. What if you get to Ibadan? What will you be doing? So what if you get to Ibadan on time? You need to start, and others are still on the way. So that's what AI do. AI gets you to a place, and then it throws up other things to you that others haven't seen. And then you begin to now fill in this position and then address these needs. So the AI unveils problems and challenges, and then it allows management to think about how do we solve this. And then, so for instance, employee experience is actually a job that AI has created, where managers now have to get in employee experience manager who now look into it, because the AI make all these suggestions, make all these predictions, and then you must provide a preemptive solution to them. Just get you ready, and then get yourself ready and provide that solution before the problems actually happen. Something more preventive. And then, so if you look at, so we still have job security, of course. 49 of respondents had some concern about job security, so we'll still look at that. And 70 still choose to delegate their work to AI. And simply put, the promises of AI actually outweighed the threats. And so one of the products in the market that's used for one of them is the Microsoft Copilot. And so this is for the enterprise. And for the early users, 75% say Copilots make them more productive. I use Copilots also. And so we have a product we've built. We've been able to create content, marketing content, maybe video. You can actually ask Copilot that from this video, please generate a marketing script that I can post on LinkedIn or on Instagram, and for me to generate this. And then the Copilot will just do that simply for you. You might not be able to attend a meeting, and the Copilot will be there and then to actually give you the meeting note, even more accurate than if a human being were just there. Or you join a meeting late, Copilot will actually give you what has happened before you join, just to get you up with speed and get you started, so that you don't really miss anything. You could, a lot of these are in the enterprise is more of an assistant, a real assistant where you go ask. For me, I was in the UK at the time. I think that was last year, and I was stuck. I didn't have much. I wanted to get a flight to Nigeria the following week. And when I contacted my agent, they were giving me high prices. So when I just chatted the AI and said, look, get me a flight, the cheapest flight. And he was able to route me through one of these countries. I think that was, which country was that? That was Amsterdam. And it says, because I have biometric BRP for UK, I might be able to pass through that place without transit visa. And that regulation was just new. I think it came to life just like 2 days after. And that information wasn't really available for all my agents. And because of that, I was able to fly very cheaply and all of that. So, and I was able to get tickets very cheaply and use all of that. And those agents, they didn't have that information. So these are some of the things that they have. So it just keeps you ahead. And you want to get anything done, yes, it gives you advice. And so it has actually come to stay. So 75% of the people already using AI at work, and 78% AI brings their AI tools to work. Then you still have those who are reluctant to admit using it for most important tasks. And some of it is as a result of the biases and the nuances that comes with it. So we just look into that now. So there are a lot of ethical concerns with AI, and government of different countries are actually talking about this. I think one of the presenters spoke about this. Moses spoke about this also. So for us, the Microsoft, so these concerns are very, really important. So we're looking at privacy, so we're looking at transparency, explainability, and that handles bias. We're looking at autonomy and accountability. So if AI mimics someone, then definitely the AI must ask for that person permission to carry out certain tasks. There's also societal impact. So these are the challenges. We've talked about bias and discrimination based on what is being fed into it, for instance. So if you live in a particular region and you've embedded into certain culture, you might program your AI that won't put other culture into consideration, and therefore the AI will be biased to those from those culture. So there are a lot of regulations going on with this now. But again, the tech companies are being taxed with this. And so I'll be speaking from Microsoft perspective. So there are Microsoft's 6 key principles for responsible AI use. And at the end of it is to promote equity, fairness, and then reduction of bias. So there must be fairness. AI systems should treat all people fairly and avoid outcomes that harm, discriminate, and differentiate people. All efforts on AI must have human-centered outcome, and that is what it's all about. So there are also reliability and safety. So AI systems should perform reliably and safely under normal and unexpected conditions, and must be resilient to malicious attack or misuse. So in my organization recently, we're deploying Copilot, and that's a tool that you can use to build your own AI. But again, there are security checklists that must be adhered to at the enterprise level. For instance, the CEO doesn't want entry-level guys to know his or her salary. There are certain information some people don't want to be out there. And so this could be configured in the enterprise, and the AI we skip looking for this information, no matter how you search it. So there are those recommendations, and then there are those features, and that actually allow this to take place. There's also accountability. So in terms of, so AI must have clear roles and responsibilities, and must be subject to appropriate governance and oversight. So, and this happens when AI is being built, where everything is being put into consideration. Just in October 2023, the UK had AI summit, that's in the person of Rishi Sunak. And the idea is to actually look at the safety about AI, and is for the whole world, the government of the whole world, globally, to understand and address the risks surrounding AI. And of course, realize all the benefits and the opportunities for future generations. And the focus is to formulate regulations to ensure AI can be adopted ethically and, of course, effectively. And that also includes to respect data privacy, of course, avoid bias, and also eliminate or minimize misinformation, as we've spoken earlier. So there's a whole lot. Even the World Economic Forum is also talking about this also, so that all the efforts must be far from anything that work against human. So we'll simply look at some of the collaboration that is happening or that is happening already, and where AI has been helped. So it's better we look at AI as working in collaboration with humans. Like I said, a lot of the challenges that comes with it, oftentimes there are no will for us to solve this problem. And I think that's where a lot of these problems or the challenges come from. So AI already collaborates with humans to free up humans for higher things to do. And this also underscores the fact that AI cannot replace human. And I'll tell you why. You can train AI to do something perfectly. AI can study some monograms and be able to detect cancer, if cancer will happen. And that also help healthcare. But that same AI looking at a woman with breasts and boobs, with hair, and then look at a guy with six packs and with all the masculine stuff, and it still can't tell if that person is a man or if the other person is a woman. It can't do everything. It will do what it's meant to do. It is still human that will put it all together to achieve. In education, I've used AI to learn. You can use AI to learn things faster and better, and that can guide you. So of course, we've seen virtual assistants. I use Copilot. I use Siri. I've used Siri to order for food before. Yes, here in Nigeria, and the food got to our office faster than when my driver will get it. So I have to use the driver to probably go do something else that require higher intelligence. But just to book food and bring food is quite simple. I've used Siri to do that. Some are using Alexa to do quite a number of things, and I've seen that also. So there are a whole lot in customer service. Yes, the AI has been very helpful, and I think it's all about what you really want to use the AI for, and that is actually where the benefit and the advantage start coming to light. So you might want to start. How do I start? So it's to look at the different endeavor of humans. So we look at the HR, legal, sales, marketing, finance. Of course, I've talked about the customer service. In HR, my organization, we use AI for for employee experience. AI could actually detect bias. There's something called the unconscious bias. Even when it happens in recruitment, perhaps maybe you see people are submitting CV and you are from Igbo, and you see somebody from your village, from MBC. This is from my village. You begin to have interest in that person. I am Danjuma, and I don't see a lot of people from the north in tech. So when I go through CV and I see someone from the north or from I begin to have interest in such a person. So that's an unconscious bias, and that even happens right from the recruitment. And of course, that will lead in bringing in efficiency into the organizations. And of course, that is a loss already. Of course, we've seen that in sales, where you can do predictions and then increase your sales. Of course, we are currently using that in marketing. Use AI to post in LinkedIn, Facebook, and a whole lot, and another that finance a lot. Predict those who are doing trading, and even in banking, customer service, a whole lot is happening. We're currently using AI to build some solutions in legal and compliance. So there's a whole lot. And so you might want to look at the functions that are helping, that are actually fostering the AI usage in different industries. So I'm coming from the implementation side, where we advise companies, individuals on how to go about their AI journey and what are these key functions, what are these processes that you want the AI to come in and help. So in sales, you look at customer service, lead generation. There are a lot of tools that will help you this and help you to get ahead of your competitors. One of them is sales analysis and forecasting. And because of a whole lot of data that is available, so you're able to do that. There's marketing in finance. You can look at quote to cash, records to report. Now you build applications. You probably don't need to build reports anymore. You could just type in a chatbot to say, okay, how much have we made this year? Please, AI, give me list month by month revenue from last year to this year, and the AI will bring it from your app. And so customer service, legal. I told you about the HR, employee engagement. There's recruitment, there's payroll, there's compensation. In fact, AI can actually detect what we call diversity and bias in organizations. If a boss is using some discriminatory terms, the AI can actually detect that, and then it will advise the management to take a preemptive action. So so you see AI helping global companies in the area of HR. In legal, we've seen AI already providing advisory service. You could actually scan a whole lot of documents, a whole lot of paper document. AI can gather all of that and summarize that for you to say, look, this is what this documentation is all about, rather than reading through a whole lot of paper, and that would take hours for you to come to a conclusion. Yes, there's so much of them. So we want to look at how do you really prepare for it, because what is happening now is that the AI is championing the fourth industrial revolution, but the challenge is that it must be available. It must be democratized for everyone to be able to use. Again, the challenge is even why it is there are those countries who don't have the infrastructure for them to jump on it. And so also it affects every organization. So across the whole world, whether it's in Africa, it's in the Caribbean, or the Latin America, or some other Asian countries. So this question cuts across. What are your organizational goals for AI? What do you want to use AI for as an individual? And what are concerns that you want the AI to address? What skill set do you have today? What skill set does organizations have today? And what kind of data do you want to leverage on? And do you have the infrastructure to put on this? So these are things that actually allows you to make decisions and then quickly jump on it. And at the end of the day, so the economic impact of AI is much, and it's creating new markets and job opportunities. At the same time, there are those who believe that in the coming years, the countries' growth are not going to be in 2%. It's going to be in the rate of 10%, 20% GDP, in terms of country prosperity. For an individual, those who uses AI, their productivity will hit the roof, and they'll be able to earn more and more, and that increase global wealth. For organization, every process would have been optimized. They will have reduced, cost reduction would have been at the highest, and efficiency would have been at the very top, and they will all report a huge profit. The unfortunate thing is organizations that do not join this obviously will actually lose traction and go extinct. And so rather than the world facing what we call recession, we are actually going to have something that is more of the opposite. And that talks about more prosperity for different countries. And so it's good that everyone should embrace it because it is the future. And of course, it comes with its societal impact. And of course, there are also some ethical consideration. And at the end of the day, it still serves as a catalyst for positive societal change. Thank you. I think this is the end of my presentation. Am I still on? Honestly.
So that's the end of your presentation. Thank you very much, sir. Please give him a round of applause again. So it was quite a robust presentation, and we delved into different aspects of the topic. So we'll just go on a short break right now, so that we don't go Dami, get ready. Thank you very much.
panel session, AI, the past, the present, and the future. And our moderator is Ms. Damlola Ogofora. Please, can you put your hands together for her?
I think I should do a bit of introduction. Okay, so Ms. Damilola is currently the business development and growth manager at the Adrenalina, a co-working growth hub, and also a business incubator based in Yaba, Lagos. Damilola is a business and growth strategist with expertise in marketing, communications, and business development. As a growth manager at Adrenalina, she drives innovation, business expansion, and strategic collaboration. Um, Previously, in her engagement at Gemstone Group, she played a key role in scaling the global community of visionary leaders. At the Adrenalina, um, Damilola is passionate about helping organizations and professionals to thrive in an ever evolving business ecosystem. She is moderating the first panel session, um, which is about AI, the present, the past, and the future. So before she starts, I will just um, do a brief introduction to this particular session. We've had a bit of change. We've had a bit of change on two of our panelists. So Olawale Sobogungod will now be replaced by Ms. Sylvia Ezennaya. She will be giving her own keynote later. So that is why I'm not reading her profile at the moment. Whilst Mr. Basil Agbor will be replaced by Mr. Michael Osumo. So in total, we still have our four speakers, our four panelists, and then I'll mention them. We have Mr. Lanre Adelanwa, who you've heard from. We have Mr. Danjuma Audu, who you've also heard from. And then we have Mr. Michael Osumo. And lastly, we have, last but not the least, we have Ms. Sylvia Ezennaya. Over to our moderator now. To our panelists, I hope you guys are ready. So right now, we are going into the more interactive sessions. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope we've all been having a good time this morning, a good learning experience. I know she said you should blink twice. Is there anybody that blinked twice here today? Is there anybody blinking twice? Nobody. Okay, so we're still safe. So it's going to be my honor to have here, and I want you please to give them a round of applause as they come up because they're taking so much time to spend with us this morning. So I want to show them that we appreciate their presence. So can we please have Mr. Lanre? A round of applause, a round of applause. Thank you. Yes, please. And also Mr. Michael Osumo. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Like earlier introduced, my name is Damilola. It's a privilege to be having you on this panel session. Thank you so much for being here. And we're going to be speaking on AI, the past, the present, and the future. This AI topic that just seems to have taken over the whole conversation, regardless of the sector. There just seems to be like so much rave about AI. But want to really go what is the past of AI, the present, and where are we going to? So I think I'm going to be starting with Mr. Larry. So pardon me. Yes, we know AI has evolved rapidly, and you've had the background in tech and business. But what was your first real encounter with AI, and how did it change the way you saw technology, the possibilities, like when you found out what AI could do? Can we have the second mic, please?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's an interesting question. When I think about it, in terms of AI generally, I think we all have been interfacing with AI for some time. Particularly if you were born in my age. I joined Facebook about 16 years ago, and I use Facebook as an example of how, when we used to register on Facebook, there were lots and lots of questions about your interest. We used to feel so many things. And after a while, Facebook starts targeting you with those things that you call your interest. That's AI. AI simply is intelligence of machines. I remembered in 2015, I actually got a Google Home Assistant that was very much a conversational AI. In fact, my son learned to talk, learn mathematics, actually via that Google Assistant because he kept asking and all that. But if we were talking about generative AI,
Yes.
I think my first actual experience was in 2022. I mean, there was a lot of buzz about AI already.
Yeah.
But in 2022, I stumbled on this application on Telegram. I've forgotten the name now. I talk about it a lot. And what made it significant for me was, as at that time, I worked at InterSwitch. I mean, my profile said so.
Mhm.
I managed quite a big business. My customers were around 84 banks in 14 countries. Before I left InterSwitch, I was managing about 250 customers. So it was a lot. And usually, our financial year starts from April to March. And so, usually, in an average year, we start preparing strategy from like December. So, our strategy preparation is usually a 3-month exercise. And so, when I stumble on this app on Telegram, I just asked the app to suggest ideas about the new strategy for the next year. And the things that would have taken me about 4 to 6 weeks happened in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I was shocked because this app is not even an autonomous app.
Yes.
It was an app within Telegram. So I was amazed. And since then, I mean, on my phone now, I have about 16. I have lots and lots. Yesterday, I added Quen. 2 days ago, I added Quen to the list of different AI on my phone and on my PC. But that experience in 2022 practically changed my life, and here we are today.
Mm. Wow, that's awesome. Please, can we? I think now I'm going to start keeping a record of how many AI apps people have on their phone. Because this is the first time I'm hearing someone has 16. 16. Now I'm wondering how many do I have? Probably like 4 or something. Okay, great. Can I confirm if we have the panelists on the virtual connection? While we're confirming that, I think I'll just move very quickly to Michael. So, Michael, we're going to be diving right in. So, how close do you are we to seeing AI powered breakthroughs in Africa, especially in highly specialized industry? So, I know it, when it comes to AI, it's almost like we are on the receiving end most of the time, except from like local brands that are now developing. Even AI solutions are targeted at local brands. They are mostly not built locally. So how do you think we're moving towards that breakthrough in Africa for specialized industries, things that are tailored to the problems that we want to solve here?
You very much for that question because it speaks to the heart of what we do at Instig Labs. We have a community of over 500 members, mostly students from 12 Nigerian schools. We have, from Futo to Futmina, from Unilag, to Funab, student developers, and the community is the Gen AI network. They are all building products. In fact, we just finished a competition where we have student products. No, it seems this mic is okay. We have build products for things like nutrition, and you want to know what is the best meal plan, based on your weight goal, and the AI is not giving you the kind of response you get from ChatGPT that will tell you, okay, salad
Yeah.
and burger or burrito and all those things you don't have around you. No, their product gives you things like fufu and egusi, if you want to bulk up or something.
Yeah.
It's called Consume, and they were the first prize winners um, for that competition from Lasso. So, to that question, are we ready? I think we are, because on one level, we have the problem of infrastructure where right now we don't seem to have any African foundational model. It's a discussion ongoing right now. People are saying we should build foundational models from Nigeria or Africa. I take a different approach. I feel we don't have to play that game, because already we can have so much benefit from existing models, from the DeepSeeks to the Quen to the Llama, that are open source. We don't have to pump resources which we don't have available. By the way, yeah. So why
Yeah.
are we playing the game we know we won't win? No, let's play the game we will win. Let's be the best at using these models, build products, build apps, right?
Yeah.
Go to ChatGPT, create courses for your, school. Let me give you just a brief, real life instance. There was a study that came out last week or so where it was shown that AI driven education is actually helping students make gains of like 2 years,
Yeah.
right? And guess what? The study backing that finding was done in Nigeria. So
Oh
already
wow.
we are winning. Sorry, it's like I'm, screaming, even though I'm just trying to be like, but then we are winning in our own ways, from education to finance to healthcare, leveraging the AI tools available. So I think my answer to that question is yes. We are already there building this product, and I want to challenge everybody here to, go back and build an executive assistant. If you need a prompt, you can ask them to give you my contact. You can have an assistant. You wake up in the morning, it tells you what to do based on your schedule. ChatGPT has a project, future. Claude has a project future. Gemini has gems, right? So you don't even need to be like one go or
Yeah.
something. Start building specialized products today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that insightful input. Thank you so much, Michael. I'd like to go off on that same note. I don't know if we can connect to Danjuma. Can Danjuma hear me?
Uh, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. Danjuma, I believe you heard Michael when he was speaking right now. And I would just like to get
Yes.
your view on that, please, especially from your keynote session. Should Africa focus on developing its own AI models, or should we integrate with global system? We already know your bias, but still we want to hear from you on that.
Okay. Uh, a while ago, it's almost like what Larry said earlier, and about he talks about AI a lot. So he mentioned DeepSeek, right? And I won't be shocked if DeepSeek actually leverage on some of the large language models that are out there. And in some of my studies, whether in UX or UK, I've always have Chinese in my class. And the idea in Nigeria today, you see their cars doing very well. So I think it's not whether to build models or what not to build models. It's to build something that will work for us. And however we can do that quickly is really what matters to me. I'm a business guy, so most of the time I'll consult for a customer. So I'm going to look at the cheapest route, the quickest route to get that done, at the most cost-effective means. So if I have access to Microsoft and I have a lot of free access to it, I'm going to leverage that to do whatever I want to do. And with time, if we have what it takes, because look, see, Africa is not a serious continent. Just don't take it as a whole. Individual Africans are very good in their endeavors. If you want to get things done, just forget Africa as a continent or forget Nigeria as a country. It won't. We have a long way. There are still a lot of things that we need to do. So let's focus on individual, like what the person that sit beside you just said now, where they are built, where they have solutions that are meeting unique need. I think we should focus on how to meet the needs and look at what gets us there faster and quicker. That will be my response to it.
Okay, thank you. Danjuma, I'll still like to stay on that topic. So to you now, what do you think we get us there faster? So are you saying integrating with global systems will get us faster? Your own perspective. We want to know your perspective.
Not integrate. It's a shortcut already. You shouldn't have mentioned that word. You know, Lanre will agree with me. He works with InterSwitch. When I was doing payment integration for customers, when I come to InterSwitch, they just send you a file. One of their friend founder, Charles Ifedi, was my very good friend in the university. I'm sure Larry would know him. And their guy too, the CEO, I've met him one-on-one. We've had a lot of collaboration time past. So they already have something they've built. So I'm using InterSwitch as an example now. And I want a customer who wants to do collection. For God's sake, you want me to go and build switching system? Where am I starting from? I just connect to InterSwitch, and the customer starts doing his collection, and he moves on. He faces his other business. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. If I'm hitting the nails on the head.
Yes. You have done that. Thank you so much.
So there's no need.
Can we please give him a round of applause? So it's obvious that we are on the team of integrating with global systems. There's no need building models. I think let me move to Sylvia. Can we have Sylvia?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. I hope you're doing very well today.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to so we've always heard from the perspective of AI is coming to take our jobs. AI is competing with human intelligence, But then Danjuma just showed us like a few minutes ago how AI is creating more jobs on the other hand. So how can we achieve a future where we have more of a partnership-based relationship between artificial intelligence and human intelligence?
Okay. I'll use myself as an example. That if I want, there's nothing I'm doing on my business today that I don't consult AI. I see AI as my partner. So the moment you start to see AI as your partner and not an artificial intelligence or something that's coming to take food from your mouth, the better for you. Because What AI does for you is when you have an idea and you take it to AI, it helps you to take that idea to the next level. It automatically puts you at that pace where the big companies are immediately. So you begin to see opportunities that you don't even know existed in your industry once you partner with AI.
Yeah.
So I would say partner with AI and not fight it because it has come to stay.
Okay, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause? I think we're getting the idea now. Okay, I think I'm going to go back to Lanre. So, of course, we're growing in our AI adoption. But what do you think is the biggest thing still holding us back as a continent? What do you think is the biggest thing still holding us back?
Okay, so before I answer that, I quickly want to respond to the question of should we build our own foundational model
Oh,
or
yes,
not?
please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
I like to use stories. Did we have to build our own Instagram? Did we have to build our own Facebook? I mean, some people tried, though.
Yes.
It just was always going to fail.
Yeah.
Do we have to build our own airplanes? There are some guys just building things that we are always clapping for on Facebook. But if they built the plane, will we enter? So there are some things that are foundational.
Yes.
Even the cars, many of the cars now that we do, we assemble the technology essentially we import.
Yeah.
And the reason being that there are things we are at natural disadvantage and contextual disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it makes no sense from that perspective. However, there are reasons why people ask these questions. For example, virtually all the foundational model comes with biases.
Exactly.
All of them.
Exactly.
They speak like Europeans, talk like Europeans. Even the new Chinese ones, they start talking like Chinese. If you ask them questions about China, they talk about it. So these biases are real. They don't really care so much about us, or they are not particularly inclusive. So there is an argument that if we keep importing technology, our lives will eventually fade.
Yeah.
And so there's somewhere in between where some people say, even if we are not going to build foundational models, we need to train foundational model about our language. We need to train it about our content. So there's an exercise headed by the Honorable Minister of Digital Economy. I mean, they started that from 2023, I think. It's almost 2 years now, where Nigerian languages are going to be AI savvy. Learn with AI, and that's a big deal.
Yes.
So I think that there's a reason why people ask those questions. Because of language, because of inclusion, that we need to help. But if you are asking if we should build our own, do you know the kind of power it consumes or compute it consumes or compute? String your question. Biggest gap is that. So I can't wait for this panel to be done because I want to talk to this guy.
Yeah.
See, we don't know the problem we're in. We just have people. We don't have talent. Talent are by design scarce. I mean, young people here, you understand football. How many Cristiano Ronaldo do we have? How many Messi? So talent are generally scarce, but in Nigeria, talent are absent. Why? The foundational education is weak. The access to quality education is not there. The community that will guarantee you experience exposure is premium. Yeah. So the son or daughter of an average Nigerian or of a poor Nigerian is starting from a disadvantaged position. We all know because most of us came from that arrangement, right? Yeah. So talent is the biggest issue. Once upon a time, I spoke at a TED event in 2019. There was once upon a time where there were only 10,000 AI engineers in the world. And these 10,000 were strictly between America and China. Mostly. Now there are more AI engineers, but they are at the baseline. They are the foundational level where they can just use natural language to instruct AI to do stuff. But the real AI engineers, building models from existing models, training models, building agents, building solutions, they're very scarce. And so I think that if we don't do anything, rapidly accelerating AI education at its core is the biggest difference we can make. Because we get people. It's just that people and people is not the same. Like they say, India has more than 1 billion people. They've not been able to grow one world footballer. It's not having people.
Yeah.
It's having people. So that's the problem, biggest problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think I'm going to go back to Michael based on what Larry just shared with us. You are working with the, I would say, grassroots talents on this. You've been able to engage them. You've been able to get them to, build products that applaud that we can applaud. Basically, what are the what will I call it? I don't really want to focus on the challenges, but what were the encouraging things you discovered engaging this grassroots that we can say, oh, okay, we're headed towards the right direction, especially if we put this and this in place?
Okay, I think straight to the answer is the fact that they think different. And what this entails is they build different. And in the competition we had, first place was Consume. Consume was an AI-powered nutrition, software. Second place was Clark AI. Students can upload PDFs. It gives them study material. Third place was Ghetto AI, an AI agent that scrapes the internet, collects information, fine-tune it, make it into newsletter. Now, let me take a pause at the third place team. These are students building on the latest tech because AI agents are probably at the moment, what you call the pinnacle of intelligence right now, where you have a machine source information, take on tasks, then from that task, it can, go to another task, take on that same task, then you have a third task, right? So you can have what we call multi-agents, for instance, where one case I built was in supply chain planning, for instance. You can have one agent do network design. You have another one do network optimization for you. These are machines. Now, the fact we have undergraduates tinkering, building with these tools, I think for me, that is like the greatest edge we have. And, feeding off what he said about having people and, having people. Nigeria is so diverse that at any point in time, in any field, we can compete, in football, we can compete in, music, compete in tech. All we just need is the right environment. So I think we are unique that we can even aspire to compete in almost any field. We just need to, get to building or designing the environment in a way that triggers them to, do this. And in closing, I also want to throw the challenge again once more to everybody here, try and find out how to work with agents, because what it's going to do for you is going to unlock so much beyond even all this talk. So I think Google one or two of these, tech. And the funny thing is they don't even need too much technical knowledge to start with.
Yeah.
You find yourself just digging in, and with time, you'll get there. And in closing, the team that built these Chinese products that took everybody by storm, they don't even work in tech per se. They are finance guys.
Yeah.
Right? Like in 6 months, they just learn. They're finance guys. So when I say go back and learn, I'm not even saying that, oh, it must be, just trust me, go back and try these things yourself. And good luck. Thank you.
Oh wow, thank you so much. I think Mike just it was probably looking into my notes here because what I was also gonna what I was gonna ask lastly for everyone, and I'll just appreciate if we could just take this one after the other, is if you had one piece of advice to give young Africans looking to build the future of AI, what would it be? And I would like to give a bit of background to this question. It might seem like, why are we asking this question? Mike mentioned something about being impressed with the talents that he has interacted with in the community that he's building. And he has realized that it's just creating that environment. And then we have a brand like Incata having this session to also connect. If we look at the demography of the people here, they're still young people. So, in trying to create that environment, what advice are we going to give to these young people about, building that future that involves AI? Since we've said AI is the future, AI is very paramount to the future that we're building. What advice can we give them? Thank you.
Michael,
Yes, please, Larry, you can go.
I think that we think that tech is the solution, but not necessarily.
Okay.
I think that the first foundation is for us to understand the problem. I'm not saying talk about the problem,
Yeah.
is to understand it. Almost by design, we are not very rigorous
Mm,
as a people. Don't you see videos online of people going to Wambe? That's what we are known for. Jollof, dance, take pictures. We're not very rigorous. And I think that a good understanding of the problem is, and when I say the problem, I'm not saying AI problem. I'm saying our social
our
problem.
social, yeah.
I say this because, are you not tired? I mean, if you've been around in Lagos every year, is it not almost the same place that gets flooded, that remains flooded? Have you not noticed?
Yeah.
Have you not noticed that it's not the same places that you see refuse on the street, that there's still refuse on the street? Have you not noticed? Is it not almost the same gutters that get blocked, that still get blocked? So every time when they get blocked, government will come and clear it. It wasn't because government was not clearing it that it got blocked. Something was happening. Haven't you noticed that it's the same street that gets stinking, that remains stinking? So we think that the job to do is to write, do not urinate here, police will catch you. They will urinate on that signboard. Forgetting that maybe the real problem is that there are no street toilets. And that there's nobody who is going to hold pee in his bladder for more than a day. They will pee somewhere.
Yeah.
So we don't take time to understand the problem. That's number one. Number two, where I think we fail is we don't have a sense for business. And let me tell you why. I mean, if you paid attention or you research some bit, I mean, news is out now that Mark was not the first guy who coded Facebook. If you've watched the movie and researched, you can actually succeed in technology without the codes. I mean, we all need the codes, forget.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the opportunity, not the business, the opportunity that scales is the one that is sellable.
Yes.
Is the one that people bring you the money so that people like him can work. And so if you don't know how to turn problem into value that people can exchange for money, you can have the best ideas. It will die on you. Some has died on me. So I think banking ideas, because ideas are free here, but solution we're not rigor. But if you moved away from rigor, is how to turn ideas into business. That's the issue. And so when you think about the many solutions, have you heard what he said? These are university students building solutions. If you give them 2 years, they will have more than 200 products, but none of them will move forward. I'm a mentor in different communities.
Yeah.
So when I sit down on an average day, they will show me 30 solutions. Very brilliant. We're not dull people.
Yeah.
But we think that technology is the problem when the real problem is the gutters. The problem is the old woman that is selling on the sidewalk, so people cannot walk on the sidewalk. They now have to walk on the road. Is the downfall driver that will not obey traffic. I don't think we can. I just think that if we become more rigorous, if we can bank our ideas, AI is immense, immeasurable capabilities to do stuff. And then if we really understand the problem and we're solution minded and we can turn that into money, you'll be surprised that even in this room, people will put together 10 million naira. You think they are young? If they are sure that their 10 million naira can become 30 million, you wonder they'll get the money. That's what I think.
Wow. Thank you so much. Can we please give him a round of applause for that? Thank you so much. I think I'm going to also want Sylvia to answer this question, then we can have Danjuma help us conclude with the same question. Do you want me to repeat it? Okay. We can get our audio. Can you help us work on that? Okay, so what we're saying is we have like a lot of young people here, and we're saying AI is the future. What is the one thing that you're going to tell them? With Michael has spoken about creating an environment, an enabling environment for them. Lanre has identified that one of the challenges we have when it comes to the young people or the people that we have is how rigorous they are and how solution oriented we are as a people, understanding the problem and creating the solution for them. So we just want to hear from your perspective. What would you say will bring us closer to the future we see in AI for young people? Will bring young people closer to that future.
Okay, I'll start by saying I do know that most young people used to see they have a problem of saying it is impossible for me to create this. It's impossible for me to get to this height. They are not seeing the possibility within themselves, or they don't take time to really think and try to be innovative aside from what their environment is giving them or what they are seeing within their environment. If young people can begin to look beyond what our environment is giving us, beyond how Lagos looks like, how Nigeria economy is, and start to think outside the box on how to create the opportunity for ourselves, create wealth for ourselves, I think it will help a whole lot. It will help to solve Larry's. Larry made mention of the places in Lagos that are always dirty, they keep being dirty. There's no solution to that. Nobody's doing anything in that regard. Nobody's coming out to make sure that that place doesn't keep getting dirty. People don't obey traffic rules. People don't obey the laws to an extent in Nigeria. But I would say sometimes it's because we have given up on ourselves and also in our society. So we have to come out from that mentality, that headspace first, before we can begin to see opportunities on how to be more innovative and more creative.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I think I'm gonna speak a bit with what not speak because I'm not here to speak to what Sylvia said about giving up on the society, because it's almost like what are the examples that people have that are right in their faces? What are the examples of people that have created solutions and they have prospered at it? Why it seems like technology, or why it might seem like technology is the solution, is because they look at Mark Zuckerberg and they hear his net worth and they're like, "Ah, there's money here." Or they look at Elon Musk and they hear his net worth, "Ah, there's money here." Or like the example that you gave about Messi or Ronaldo, they look at Ronaldo, they're like, there's money here. So it's not really about the solution, it's the there's money here. So just say that, oh, the means they got there is football. Okay, nah, what do you want to do? I want to be a footballer. What do you want to do? I want to be a musician. What do you want to do? I want to go into tech. So, but really recognizing that good examples, being set in our faces that, oh, this is not just about the end, it's the means. What is involved in the means? Okay.
Can I make a case for students here? Because it feels like maybe they are being, seen as just one dimensional.
Okay.
I want to just take the other case of this. You can make a case for how we've designed society to make them think the way they think. And, why I feel right now we should be doing more fun things. The Americans we look up to, they're always like, oh, trigger happy go lucky kind of people. They build things for the fun of it, etc., etc. You can't just build things for fun in Nigeria because Nigeria doesn't seem to be designed for fun things. So I guess I agree with you totally about the fact that it feels like money is what drives people, because in schools right now, what is in vogue? Crypto. Everybody's tapping their phones and involving in all these and what's it called? Farming, right?
Yeah.
Mining. Exactly. But guess what? It can be a way for us to even get them to build tech products, because in the competition we had a company from Silicon Valley come demo their product that uses machine learning for finance. OpenBB is their name. You can look them up. And some of the students there learned how to build widgets for their software. And we're still working on this right now. So, just want to make that case for them so that we still have to take some responsibility and find ways to make the person who wants to be a cook adopt software for cooking.
Yeah.
And then we encourage that particular track.
Yeah.
You because football sells because it's what everybody watches. But what about the person who does tennis? What about the person who does volleyball? Who are the people pouring money trying to encourage those guys to build or face that career path? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you so much, Michael. I think last but not least, I'm going to move to Danjuma here. And I'm just going to repeat that same question. If you had one piece of advice to young Africans looking to build the future of AI, what would it be?
Okay. It's I well. I'm going to say something, and it's quite troubling. What we are talking about. So, someone that should be here today is Olawale Sobogungod. He should be here, but he had surgery yesterday and he can't. He's highly intelligent. He's one of the most experienced data scientists that I have met in my entire career. I actually met him in a Microsoft conference some years back, and we got talking and all of that. He has worked for some of large companies in Europe and the US, and even work in some of highly data sensitive environments. We still did a project recently. But the thing is this, he's not in Nigeria, but he's a Nigerian. The guy that sits beside you there, Mike, if we can do an experiment, if he steps in the shores of Europe, I'm sure his story will change any moment. And things are quite very different. So I listened to Visu. He's a guy in South Africa. And he said that Wall Street, and that's the most difficult place, successful place to be. He said most people there are Nigerians. And then recently in UK, one of the sixth largest economy, you hear a Nigerian as a major stakeholder in the economy buying airports. That's a Nigerian. And the story is all over the world. What am I saying? Countries have collectivism and individualism. When a country fails you, people shift to individualism. And that's why you find a single Nigerian trying to help themselves to get better. So, what am I saying? I just completed the course in London Business School, MBA. And my project was SME competitiveness in the world. And I studied every country and continent, both emerging market and advanced markets. In abroad, in UK, in Europe, those apps that those kids are creating for fun, the end result of it is what comes to multinational that we're enjoying today. If you think I'm blind, go study the story of Google. A guy just dropped them $1 million. Say, guy, go and play with it. You people are disturbing me. If you listen to the story of Bill Gates, it started as fun. If you listen to the story of Apple, it was fun. The story of Facebook, we all know it was fun. What Mike has discussed, it's something that many people should write books about in few months to come, not years to come. So what I would tell people is that at the end of the day, this is not a government forum. So some of the things we say won't really make sense. Now we are still looking at the individualism. It's for people to look at how they can survive. Survival is key. And that's why it's not as if we have people. It's the enabling environment that isn't there. And I'll give you an example. I grew up to see people from Benue, Plateau, Kogi, which other state again? Adamawa, and the rest. Crops in the southwest, in their farms back in the 80s and 70s. And that was the same time that Awolowo has told the Yorubas that education is the in thing to do. So the Yorubas, who has large cocoa farms, sent all their children abroad. I think Awolowo took some of them by force anyway. So there was now a need for farmers. You know what happened? Farmers in this other state abandoned their state and they moved to the western states of Ondo, Ikare, Ogun State, Egba, and all of that. And they help and they watch how a son bettered right in their presence, came back from abroad with a brand new Peugeot, and things happen. So it's not as if there was scarcity of farmers in the land. It's just that people move to where things they're better off. So as long as the environment isn't conducive, you don't fight people. So I'm not of the opinion that resources are scarce. I don't believe resource is scarce. I don't believe talent is scarce. We're just not doing enough to attract them in the other places. Just last year alone, I'll be 2003. 2 years ago, Microsoft employed about 500 engineers to support Power Platform. It's just one of the apps in the market. Where did they get this before? Are they from heaven? 500 engineers to just support one technology. And here, we produce apps here in Nigeria. We get better market for them in some other countries. South Africa, we have office there. Botswana, their government. Nigerian government is the worst to even sell solutions to. And now someone like Mike is talking about implementing solutions where those who makes policies, just our political system, our societal system, everything is wrong for growth in terms of tech. Maybe entertainment. If you say, let's have people that can dance on my piano now, I'm sure this hall you are using probably won't contain enough. I don't know. You might want to doubt me. Or you want to break people to do Big Brother Africa, Big Brother, or Big Sister Africa, whatever you call it. You're going to have thousands of people. Some people should just come and do one dance step now. Every street, they are going to produce nothing less than 1,000 and who knows how to dance. It's just what our environment embraces. And I have been so impressed when I see our people play our music in the US, in the UK, and other places. Davido, Whiskey, and then you start wondering, this same Davido that his family house is a stone throw from your own family house, or it's the same Whiskey. And why is that? If you want to try that to take, maybe you say, because we have internet, maybe. And that was just done by one president, 1999, Obasanjo. And that was something he tried to do in 1970 when he was there. He couldn't do it. He came back two decades later. Nobody could do it. Then to come do telephone, and then I'm sure he paid dearly for it. There was wars, several things. And now we have internet video. Since that time, I've not seen anything happen. Nothing has really changed. So what I would tell everyone is to put in the bags and become competitive as much as they can. There's a program we normally hold in my office, and that's our commitment. It's like our own CSR, where we give people free training for like 6 months. And there's a trend we learned there. We realized that, and this is something we should really worry about, that when guys come in free, our guys, the guys, if you have, hardly will you find the ladies, but Microsoft pays us a lot of money to bring in women into tech. So this is a trend, over 100. If you're able to get maybe 10% of the ladies to join, that program is free. more than 90% of the guy will probably get to the end. Our ladies will not get to the end, though. Not that will be asking you, connect me to how I can get sugar daddy. I want to go and learn how to dance where I can make money. Some will tell they don't have laptop. Okay, we provide laptop. They won't complete that training program. And it's free. Just 3 months program and then you get paid. And then some can't even withstand that. They're so distracted. Yes, I understand the economic impact. There are no social welfare. There are no support. Even the whatever thing you think is working for the people, the government comes to tax it. But society isn't ready for that advancement. We're talking a while ago whether we should build our own language models or whatever. Would Dangote draw money for that? Who would draw money for that? People don't believe in tech. So my advice, see the world as a competitive landscape for the young guys.
Yeah.
You can find yourself anywhere and make your impact. That is where the world is going to. The
Thank
world is
you.
not interested in where you are from. Look at what Elon Musk is saying. If you can write any code, come on board. Africans don't understand the value of human yet. We are not there yet. Perhaps we'll get there and that will change. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Danjuma. Thank you so much to all the panelists here. Before I close this, and because I would love to help you see why we need to appreciate the panelists once again, I'd like to quickly say something. It seems as though everything we've discussed still boils down to the basic need of man, regardless of the fact that we're speaking about AI, we're speaking about artificial intelligence. It still boils down to meeting the basic needs, whether it's for humans or whether it's within a particular environment, be it in Africa, wherever it is. It still comes down to meeting the basic needs of man. And that's why these kind of conversations are very important, because we're trying to solve solutions that matter to us, be it bad roads, whatever it is. We're trying to solve solutions that matter. We're trying to provide solutions that matter to us, that will make our lives better, which is why it's very important to have this kind of communities and this kind of conversations that open our eyes to how we can meet up with the solution. So when we have people like this that are already involved in these markets, that are already involved in these industries, come to share their knowledge, it opens our eyes to possibilities. How many of you feel like you have understood better what AI is about and how we can meet your needs? You are more convinced. So I want us to understand why it's very important to build these communities. Even at the Adrenalina, where I work, that is one of the things that we're pushing for, having communities that are able to advance these conversations so that we're not just having talks. We can now understand the solutions. Oh, this is the problem that we have, and these are the solutions that we want to create with regards to this problem. So once again, I want you to give a very big round of applause to every panelist that we have had there for their insights and for their time. Thank you so much for joining us this morning or this afternoon, depending on where you are. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists and moderators. Um, has been okay. It has been a highly insightful session. Okay, it has been a highly insightful session. I've gained so much. I mean, how many people, have benefited from this session? To me, this has been the most interesting part of the event. Does anybody agree with me? Yes. So we are fast wrapping up, and we are speeding up the event now. So we'll soon get into the, I think, fifth keynote. So whilst we um, prepare the next speaker, just try to have a little bit of icebreaker, you know, once again. And I like to crack another dry joke. So they said AI can determine criminals. Is it true? It can detect criminals, right? I heard they can detect armed robbers. Okay, it cannot. Okay, so a group of wizards, I mean, um, tech guys, you know, um, created or designed, invented, a product to detect armed robbers or thieves in any neighborhood. So they tested it. They did a test run in London, and within a week, detected 20 criminals. They tested it in the United States. They tested it in New York, and within 2 weeks, detected 100 criminals. So they brought it to Lagos. Guess how many criminals detected? No, so they just dropped it for 24 hours. By the time they came back there, it had already been stolen. So, um, once again, I like to, bring Simi back to usher us into the next session. By the way, we still have Q&A. So if you have your questions, keep sending them in. You can write on a sheet of paper, drop them with Simi. We still have 2 keynotes and one more panel session. Thank you very much. Okay, so Sylvia Ezennaya is next. She's the CEO of Ruby Services Limited, and she's based in the United Kingdom. So whilst we await Sylvia's session, I'd like to crack another. So just like we've confirmed already, Nigeria is one of the best in different kinds of technologies. So we're talking about communication technology, and the president of Nigeria went for an international meeting with the Japanese prime minister and the president of the United States. And, everybody is there to showcase the latest technology from their country. I think the United States president, they called him, and, he just, without standing up, he just tapped his cheeks twice. and he started speaking to somebody. Nobody saw any object. And when they asked him, he's like, "Oh, that's the latest, in communication technology from the US." Then the president of Japan also received a message, and then he just turned to the wall, and you know, you had a lot of things being projected to the wall. So that's also the latest technology from Japan. When it was the turn of the Nigerian president, um, he took an excuse. He went to the restroom, to the gents, and as the gentleman was coming out, you had the tissue paper rolling out from his pocket, and he was walking, and I don't know, has anybody seen a footage of Sir Okotiebo in those days? Yes. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. You are ancient like me. So so the toilet paper was just rolling out, just like Sir Okotiebo's dress in those days. And they were, it looked ridiculous. Then they're like, "Ah, sir, what's happening? What are you doing?" Said, "That's the latest in fax technology. I received a message, and you can't see it, but it's printing on this tissue." And they were wowed. Yes, Nigeria carries the day once again. Okay, so is Silva ready? Okay, thank you very much. Um, Hold on. Let me just read out a brief information on Anthony Ezennaya. She's a leading voice in the digital technology space. Her company, Ruby Services, specializes in bringing about unique innovations in home care and personal care sectors across Africa. I mean, Ruby Services is one company I've read about on tech blogs, and doing wonders in terms of in providing services, services. She's currently building a waitlist for an innovative shift management application, and she's based in the United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Sylvia Ezennaya. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm also trying to share my slides. Is that successful or
Not yet. Technical is helping you to do that. You can
okay?
continue. If you
All
can see
right.
your slide there, thank you.
Okay. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to stand before you today to discuss the topic that is reshaping the world as we know it: artificial intelligence as a catalyst for innovations and startups. In the world where technology evolves at a high speed, AI has emerged as a transformative force, empowering startups to dream bigger and move faster and achieve the unimaginable. Let me begin with a simple truth. We all can agree in this room today that innovation is a lifeblood to startups. It allows them to disrupt industry, challenge giants, and create solutions to problems that we didn't even know existed. But you will know that innovation doesn't just happen. It requires tools, resources, and a vision for the future. And that is where AI comes in. AI is no longer a tool. AI is no longer a reserved luxury for the big tech companies or the companies with the deep pockets. AI has become a democratized tool accessible to all startups in all different sizes and in different industries. From automating tasks to predicting marketing trends, AI has shown itself as a reliable tool for startups. AI helps startups to punch above weight and compete on a global stage. So I will be moving to my first headliner today, which is AI as the giant, as a great equalizer. We know that startups often face different kinds of challenges. Challenges like limited resources, tight budgets, and this can make it difficult for them to gain a foot in the industry. But AI coming in has leveled the field for them. With AI powered tools, like startups can now analyze vast amounts of data, identify patterns, and make a data-driven decisions. Normally, tasks that would take a startup to sorry, I'm hearing myself. I'm using three devices. So startups that would data that would take a startup a large amount of team and analysts to analyze for them. AI now makes it easier for them to analyze those data in 2 minutes. In some cases, in less than 1 minute, you're getting the data that you want with AI tools. And this has made it very easy for startups to transmit into businesses seamlessly without having to struggle, finance, or feel limited in any form or sort of way. For example, AI driven platforms like ChatGPT, Jasper are helping smaller teams create content, automate service and customer service, and generate code, saving them time and money while also boosting productivity and efficiency. AI does not just automate, we know it inspires. I, for one, I can attest to that. By handling repetitive tasks, AI helps to free up human talent to focus on what truly matters, which is creativity and innovation. Startups are now using AI to design smarter products, personalize customers' experience, and solve complex problems. Take the healthcare for an example. For instance, startups like Part AI, they are leveraging on AI to improve diagnostics accuracy. Why other startups like machine learning, why other startups are using machine learning to develop personalized treatments? I would say my company is coming up, like the person who introduced me rightfully said, we're coming up with an app. We're developing an app which is called Shift Master. This is to help the healthcare sector have a proper plan for their shifts in their hospitals. Because I realized that that's a major problem in the UK where I currently reside. A lot of companies are struggling with shift pattern. Some are being understaffed some days, while some are overstaffed. So my company is coming in to bridge and solve that problem in the healthcare sector with my app, Shift Master. And I have used AI. I have used the help of AI to build this app, and it's been coming on very well, even though it's still in the process of we're still trying to complete the app. It's not yet out, but it is out there on Apple Store and Google Play. Will be launched by March this year. I hope you all download and help us spread the good news and be part of our journey. Moving on. One of the biggest challenges for startups is scaling efficiently. You can all agree with me that great growth is exciting, but it can also be chaotic if you don't use the right tools or the right strategies. So AI helps startups to scale up intelligently, whether it's by optimizing supply chain, predicting customer demand, or managing inventory. AI provides insights needed to grow without stumbling. Companies like Ocado, a British online grocery retailer, he used AI to revolutionize their logistics, ensuring that operations can scale seamlessly without demand. and to meet up with their high level of demand. Um, and like one of the keynote speaker rightly said, um, AI can help you see opportunities you don't even know existed in your industry. All you need to do with AI is give it the right prompt. And the AI that is very commonly used these days is ChatGPT. ChatGPT, I used to say, is a very powerful AI tool that most people does not know how to use well. Because I've interacted with some people and they say, "Oh, ChatGPT doesn't give you the right things," and I'm like, "No, ChatGPT gives you exactly what you give it. With the right prompt, you'll be amazed at what ChatGPT will do for you. The ideas, the opportunity. ChatGPT will help you see an opportunity in your industry that you, as a human, did not even see for yourself, and it will help you, give you a step-by-step guide on how to strategize your business and upscale it to the next level. This is AI, and that is what it can do for you and from the comfort of your home without you spending a dime. In the past, this particular function, you will have to spend millions of naira to get a group of analysts to help you analyze market trends, forecast the market future before you can be able to even see what your next step should be or should not. But ChatGPT can do that for you in the space of 5 minutes when given the right prompt. Innovation is inherently risky, but AI can help you mitigate those risks by analyzing market trends, customers' behavior, or even competitor strategy. AI provides startups with the foresight of the foresight to make informed decisions. For example, fintech startups are using AI to detect fraud. And yes, the I'm speaking to um our comedian that just said a joke. AI can detect fraud. Companies like PayPal, they use AI to detect fraud. They use AI to assess credit risk. And this AI offers personalized financial advice to these fintech companies, which helps them to, enhance and take their businesses to the next level. AI does not only protect these businesses, it also helps them to build trust within their customers. So the reason why I know paper is not popularly used in Nigeria and for reasons best known to the company paper, but I know here in the UK, a lot of people, I use paper a lot. I use it to shop online because I don't want my credit card or credit information to be out there online. So the reason why I've trust paper enough is that I know that using PayPal to buy something online, my information is not going to be shared to the third party. And if I purchase something from a customer and I didn't get that product, PayPal, I'm rest assured that PayPal will be able to get my money back from me. That's AI helping them to build trust with me, their customer. So with AI, there's a lot to what we can use AI for. The opportunities are endless. The things we can do with AI, it is too much. It's just for you to sit down and think of what you want to do, communicate it with AI, and it will help you. You don't need to be 100% perfect. You just need to have an idea. Give it a prompt. Just sit down and think of something and talk to AI. Like I said in the question and answer section, that I relate with AI like it's my partner, like it's my friend. I even use AI for Bible studies sometimes, and it's been absolutely amazing. So there's so many things you can do with AI, to be honest. Ethical imperative. Of course, with greater power comes greater responsibilities. And I do know people who are like skeptical about, oh, How is AI going to manage all this data? We're giving our data to AI. It can be used against us, blah, blah, blah. You see, we must also address the ethical implications. Startup have to use this opportunity to, sorry, let me rephrase that. As we embrace AI, we must also address ethical implication. Startup have to have a unique opportunity to lead by example by ensuring that AI is used responsibly and transparently, by patronizing fairness, inclusiveness, and accountability. Startup can build AI system that not only drive innovation, but also the users can trust. So and they can do this by making sure they have a very well end-to-end encryption with their applications. So in that case, your data cannot be stolen from their own end, and they are saving your data. So it's only them that have the access to your data. Someone cannot have access to your data and come and hack them and steal your data. And they have to also do time to time update of whatever app they have developed. So this is how they can, make sure that your GDP, your data is safe with their system while you're using their applications or while you're patronizing their business. The opportunities for startups and AI is endless. I can go on and on and on. There's so many things that AI does for startups. I'm here to say that the future is AI powered. And the earlier we as humans, as young people, as young entrepreneurs, or as they said the youths, we are the future. As the future of the world embrace this, especially we Africans, the better and the easier for us. And the more it gives us the opportunity to be able to compete at the global world. I want to see an African who is competing in the same place, in the same global space with America. I want to see an African Elon Musk. I want an Africa where we have people like Bill Gates, people like Elon Musk, who are building AI empowered electronics. I want a situation whereby we Africans, we are at the map of the world, that we are bringing up innovations that nobody have ever thought of in the entire world. And we are doing it from the comfort of our African home. I understand that there are so many Nigerians outside, scattered over all over the globe, doing powerful things, coming up with innovative ideas, building for companies. But then at the end of the day, we don't get that glory. We don't get that. They don't give us that credit. The credit is given to the Western world. Not to say it's bad, but I want us to bear in mind that we can do more for our community. And like I said earlier during the question and answer segment, we should look beyond our environment and look, instead of looking at our problems, we should look at the opportunities that lies within us. You see, it has helped a lot of people. I have seen it happen. I'll give a little story. So late last year, December 21st to be precise, there's this very known influencer here in the UK. She came up with a story on her Instagram storyline. So she was just on about how she was thinking about how she's going to start her new year and she doesn't have money. She needs money for this. And she just went to ChatGPT and she was just typing to ChatGPT like she's talking to her friend. And she told ChatGPT, this is what I do. I'm an influencer. I've influenced for products in the past. Like I'm talking 5-6 years ago. But then I don't know. What can I do to make money for myself within a space of 3 weeks? And ChatGPT just told her, Sell your hair vendor's contact. And she was like, okay, I don't know how to go about it. ChatGPT gave her a step by step on how to make sure that idea came into reality. He told her to set up a mini website. Went back to ChatGPT. I don't know how to start up a website. ChatGPT gave her a step by step. She says she has no knowledge of technology. She has never done it before, but she followed the step by step guide ChatGPT gave her, and she was able to create a website for herself and put her product on the line. That's the information of her hair vendors, but she put a price tag to it. So if you pay money, you get the information. And then ChatGPT also taught her how to link that website to Shopify. She did all that, and in the space of 3 weeks, she made nothing less than £10,000. That's someone's annual salary in this country. And she made that in less than 3 weeks. And that's what AI told her to do in the comfort of her bedroom. She didn't sweat, she didn't stress, she didn't go about conversing, she didn't go about going to beg people, oh, please patronize. She didn't come on Instagram to dance, she didn't go on TikTok to dance. She just did what she was told by ChatGPT, and boom, she's made money. When she showed that, and someone said, oh, this girl is lying, she's not saying what she did, blah 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 blah. And then she came back and did a detailed video of how the whole thing went down. And I was amazed. And there and then it struck to me that we all have been sleeping on our millions without even knowing. We all have been sleeping on the I told my friend that this is like a God-given giveaway for us. ChatGPT, AI. And we are here crying we don't have money. It's because we don't want to think. When you think and relate to AI, it's going to help you bring those your thinking to reality. And this is what we need in Nigeria today, because I have seen a lot of people start up businesses that have blown in space of 6-7 months just with the help of AI strategy. Type your business in AI and it will tell you the next steps. It will give you step-by-step guide on how to penetrate the market, how to get your target audience, how to reach out to them. No more paying influencers. I mean, there are AI applications now that can help you do a real virtual advertisements. Like this advert will feel like it's a human being that is speaking, but it is AI generated videos. They are there online. And I'm amazed at what AI is going to do in the near future to come. So it's better. I would say I used to tell everybody, key in, don't sleep on it, learn as much as you can learn. They used to say the internet is a university on its own. Now I know the internet is filled with a lot of jargons, but we are human beings and we can filter what is good for us and what is not. So go in to the internet, the YouTube, and think of a look out for AI app softwares that you can use and leverage to build something for yourself and scale that your small business that you've started, or that your business you have sitting in your head that you don't want to bring it out and start working. You can even start as small as writing ebooks. Go to ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT, oh, can you carve me a niche on that you feel will excel in 2025? It will come up with lots of ideas for you. Go back again if you don't understand and ask more questions. The more questions you ask ChatGPT, the more answer you get, the more it becomes simpler for you, the more it becomes easier for you to start up that business, to start up that thing that is in your head, to gain more clarity to those questions you have fixed in your head. This is what AI is doing for us. You no longer need to go to school to become a billionaire or to become a millionaire or to make that money. You no longer need to pay someone to teach you something. You can learn anything you want to learn as long as you have your phone and your internet. You're good. In that case, I'm going to leave us with this word. To all entrepreneurs here today, including myself, I would say we should embrace AI, use it to amplify our vision, to solve the unsolvable, to create the future that is not only smarter, but also more equitable and suitable, because the possibilities are limitless. And the time to act is no other time but now. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation. Any question? Am I still on?
Okay, so I said that I can see some parallels, between your presentation and that of Danjuma. So whilst Danjuma, spoke about um, the usefulness of AI and how AI impacts the society in general, you spoke more about how AI impacts the individual and organizations. Thank you so much for the insights, and I believe that we are better for with all these insights and information. Um, we have just one more keynote before we go to the last panel session, and then we call it a day. And I'd like to encourage everyone here to join us. We are building a community here. We are not just dishing out content. We're actually building a community, and you can be part of that community. We've taken down your data, and we'll be reaching out to you. Please endeavor to follow us on Instagram, subscribe to our channel on YouTube, and also connect with us on LinkedIn. Follow us on Twitter as well. Thank you very much. So we'll go into the last keynote speech. Letsui Nkenfack is based in Cameroon, and he is our next speaker. Okay, so let me just quickly introduce Letsui Nkenfack. I hope I hope I didn't mess the pronunciation up. So Letsui Nkenfack is the Information Security Manager at the Union Bank of Cameroon, overseeing the protection of the company's data and systems from cyber threats. A computer security engineer with over 10 years of experience in the design and implementation of security policies with expertise in IT risk assessment and alignment of information systems. He literally is a graduate of the prestigious Polytechnic School of Marwa in Cameroon. He's a defender of security built with the involvement of employees. Before joining the Union Bank of Cameroon, Letri worked at AXA European and Health Markets as corporate security officer. Before that, he managed the IT security teams at CCA Bank before working in advisory within the LMPS group firm as cybersecurity manager. Letri speaks French fluently and has a good level of English language. Please, we need a round of applause as we welcome Letsui Nkenfack, the Information Security Manager at the Union Bank of Cameroon, and he will be speaking on cybersecurity challenges in the age of autonomous systems. He is a cybersecurity expert. Go ahead, Letsui.
Okay, thank you very much, Oyodele. I want to make sure people are getting me. Are you getting me?
Yes, yes. We can
Okay,
hear you.
good.
Yeah.
All right. It's an honor for me to be part of this wonderful event. I will start by thanking Incata to put together this level of expertise around this very important subject. Now coming to relationship between artificial intelligence and cybersecurity is the last keynote of this very important event. Maybe it's the least keynote according to the organizer, but for me it's the most important keynote because according to what the order said, artificial intelligence is putting the hand of something that we have as something that we can point as the most critical asset we use in every part of our life, that is information. So artificial intelligence impact the way we collect information, impact the way we treat information, and impact the way we share information. If I want to base on Wole Soyinka point of view about information, information is the essence of everything. Coming to cybersecurity, I want Simi. Can you shift to the next slide, please? Okay, thank you. Coming to cybersecurity, artificial intelligence is having a lot of impact. And during this presentation, my aim is to show how artificial intelligence is impacting the way cybersecurity industry is dealing with risk management, response to attack, to show how artificial intelligence bring new challenges in cybersecurity issue, to show how we are having new artificial intelligence powered cybersecurity solution and tools. We have opportunities coming with artificial intelligence, and we also have risks. Among those opportunities, we are having a better capability to detect and prevent attacks. But this opportunity can also be turned as a risk because we are having more AI powered attacks using fugitive capabilities. Another opportunity that AI brings is automated security operations. You know, what can be called like a nightmare for in cybersecurity engineer in cybersecurity industry is to analyze what we call logs. Without artificial intelligence, is a kind of complicated issue that you can't achieve without missing some part of your information system. With cybersecurity, you are able not to cover all the parts because even with with artificial intelligence, you can't have a guarantee that you will analyze all the logs. But at least you can have the guarantee that you can plan a kind of critical way to, to assess your logs and gain the result for them automatically. But the risk behind that is that attackers can also use that trips to create what we call data poisoning and adversarial artificial intelligence. Another opportunity coming with artificial intelligence is innovation and new security solutions. You know, now like this, all solution we have in the market has become as a marketing issue, is branded artificial intelligence natively. Some are really running artificial intelligence issue, some are not. And the risk behind that is that lying on your bed saying you are having an innovative cybersecurity solution using artificial intelligence can lead you to leave a kind of hole in your perimeter of coverage. Now, I want us to go and look some traits that are coming with artificial intelligence. Simi, can you move to next slide, please? Artificial intelligence didn't come to kill or to make disappears all the traits existing. I don't want to come to them because since the morning, all my predecessors have been naming them. All those traits, they are still existing. We can have a better way to handle them, but close to them, we are having new traits that are coming with artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence are giving you more capabilities. They are giving you more ways to handle your logs, more capability to automate your logs, making them talk to you and receive alerts. But it's also providing inside the industry new threats that have to be addressed. Among those threats, I think it's Lauren that already talked about it. We have phishing. Phishing now that are form, not according to the way the phishing is happening, but according to the way we are fighting against phishing. In traditional way, we are training our stakeholders to identify maybe orthographic mistakes inside the sentences, to pay attention maybe to the object, to look at the attachment inside the mail. But now with artificial intelligence, it's possible to build what I can call a perfect mail that can fool even the most vigilant and the most advanced user. That is a trait that artificial intelligence brings while solving some threats. We have deepfakes that is coming to what we call in cybersecurity industry human factor. If when you have deepfake, handling human factor becomes more difficult because human factor deals with emotion, they deal with what they see, they deal with what they believe too. And you cannot be a human living without believing to somebody or believing to something. And now with artificial intelligence, even things you believe on can be fake. So artificial intelligence is making more difficult in the cybersecurity industry the handling of human factor. Another issue that is on the table in cybersecurity discussion is ransomware. It have always been a nightmare for all cybersecurity specialists, even for promoters, because dreaming that you can wake up one day, you are no more having access to your data is something nobody want to deal with. And now all the way to identify, to classify, to fight against ransomware have been reshaped completely with artificial intelligence that can create polyform of ransomware and make detection become more difficult. Now, if you look at those threats that are coming with artificial intelligence, we can say we are finished. It's better to just stop fighting against cybersecurity issues because all those things are so robust and they are having the extreme power of artificial intelligence to make themselves more fugitive, to make themselves more undetectable. But what is good is also that cybersecurity industry have taken into consideration that fact to build what we call cybersecurity solution powered by artificial intelligence. Simi, can you move to the next slide, please? Amongst those issues, we can classify them in 4 categories. You have threat intelligence. Threat intelligence now is the way you collect data, you collect informations with the objective to be proactive. Now that your human factor is more vulnerable according to the capabilities of artificial intelligence. The way we collect information and build our threat intelligence capability is also enhanced by artificial intelligence. You have solutions like endpoint security that now are no more only focusing on what is happening now, but are fighting to imagine the possibility of compromission of your computer to identify even malwares that cannot be classified in their shape of coalition. Those artificial security tools empowered by artificial intelligence is giving us not the same level in the race against attackers, because you can remember that before artificial intelligence, that race between attackers and cybersecurity engineers found attackers always having one step before. Is still the case now in cybersecurity at the age of artificial intelligence. They're having one step before, and what we have to work on is to enhance the capability of response. And those are some of the challenges that artificial intelligence is bringing in the industry of cybersecurity. I want you to move to the next slide, please. There are some new challenges. Since we are embracing those new tools, we put them in our day-to-day work. They are coming with so many challenges. We are asking ourselves to know how those technologies are thinking. How are they working to provide us results so quickly? Okay, we embedded a SOAR in our infrastructure. Now we are able to run around thousands of logs, comparing them and getting and remove one needs our attentions. And question is to know how are they doing it? And it's not easy to have that type of question, because the answer of that question, because most of artificial intelligence technology are keeping a kind of black box in the way they operate. Another challenge that we have is at the level, we are going to discuss about it, at the level of data. Those models, most of the time, have been pre-trained, and they are able to introduce new data in the logs or in the data you are analyzing to take your decision. What we call sometimes data poisoning, and to make sometimes the difference between what the artificial intelligence tools are helping you to perform in your day-to-day activity and the problem is bringing you to solve is a challenge that we have to solve also. Another way that have to be taken into consideration in cybersecurity industry while dealing with artificial intelligence, a question of ethics. I want you to move to next slide, please. Now, when I'm talking about ethics, it's not ethics in the sense of a manufacturer that is telling you, I am collecting this data for this and that, I'm not doing something else. We want to know where are our data as cybersecurity police professionals. We want to know who own our data. We want to know who transfer our data to who. And with artificial intelligence tools, giving clear answers to those questions is complicated. It's almost impossible. Because of that black box we have, artificial intelligence issues is bringing ethical considerations that are difficult to clarify clearly when we are fighting and when we are organizing our security policies. Another way is accountability. We give a part of our work to artificial intelligence, because a big part of the work is to collect data, classify them, and make decision. Among the data, you may face false positives because of artificial intelligence. You may face true positives. So it will report you that there is nothing since there is something happening. Accountability. Knowing that thing means you to understand that, okay, you are having artificial intelligence tools in your system, but you are still accountable of the decision you are taking based of what is suggesting to you. And because of all that issues, many people sat on the table starting thinking about regulations, building frameworks. That is what we are going to see at the next slide, Simi. Thinking about regulations, how we can organize things to be more effective. And on that table is widely known that in Northern America, they are innovating. They are building strong models, and they are having a big scope of data to train them to give more value. In Asia, with China, for example, they're having strong capability to duplicate models, to use what is already exist and to optimize them in a way to be sometime more efficient. That is the debate that is now with their artificial intelligence solution. And in Europe, they are stronger in regulation. They are building frameworks to organize how AI have to be operating. Maybe because they are seeing all those foreign technology coming inside their areas and they want to protect their people. But regulation is something that we really need in a way to help the cybersecurity industry to go behind that black box and force those providers to give more visibility in the way they are collecting, they are transferring, and they are manipulating data they are covering. And to achieve that, we are having a lot of blockage according to international cooperation, because international cooperation is also dealing with competition. Everybody wants to protect his technology. Everybody wants to protect his knowledge. And regulation that are building in one area are putting inside the same basket all the technologies. In our own side, we are having some regulations that are still struggling to be putting in place, that are now focusing more at the physical side of cybersecurity, the place where the data are located, not the way data are manipulating, but the way data are physically located. Regulation will say data have to be located at the headquarter of the branch, at the headquarter of the company, for example. But those regulatory issues sometimes are helping to develop the industry, the development of artificial intelligence to serve cybersecurity. And sometimes they are making more complicable the putting in place of all those rules while dealing with operational issues with cybersecurity specialists. I want us to go out of this keynote that is going to be completed during the discussion, the interactive discussion we are going to have now, with something that I can call the future of cybersecurity in the age of artificial intelligence. If you can go to the last slide, please. In the future, because the question now is not taking into consideration artificial intelligence in cybersecurity issue or not, but the question is how can us take it better to serve us. We should understand that artificial intelligence is not replacing or is not changing the way we are working. I don't like the expression artificial intelligence change the way we work, but it reshape the way we work. Human interaction remain, and human interaction will always remain for two reasons. To help artificial intelligence to better understand the way we qualify our security incident, the way we build our response strategies, and the way we take a background to report to what have been done. We need human at that part. The second part is that the human is essential to say, okay, I trust you, artificial intelligence, but I don't give you 100% of my confidence. I challenge the proposal you give to me. You are saying this is a threat. This is a security incident that have to be carried. I challenge it before seeing what have to be done or not. Another issue that we have to take into consideration in the future is innovation. It's true, the landscape of innovation is controlled by a kind of monopoly of little group of people. But innovation not only means building personal models. It doesn't mean only building customized security solution builds based on cybersecurity. Innovation also means integrate geniusly artificial intelligence in our information system, knowing where to put them, knowing action that we are going to give at the responsibility of artificial intelligence, what will be kept at human level. That need innovation, that need to be innovative, not to be making what we call it on Windows industry next, and end. When you are integrating artificial intelligence solution in infrastructures. In the future, another issue is ethical issues. We have to continue to ask ourselves to know what are the data that are collecting in our network, in our information system. What are the data that are really collecting? Not only focusing on the data sheet of the provider, but through innovation, trying to understand that issue is going to be very critical in the future. If not, what you are considering as a tool to help you protecting the privacy of your company will be the tool that will expose the privacy of the company. And there is a lot to do, and it's also possible in the way you integrate the tool inside your environment. So that is what I wanted to share with you this evening. Once more, it was a very interesting event. And during the session we are going to have, of course, issues around data protection. We'll be closing to artificial intelligence, so you have the occasion to provide more details according to the question that are going to be asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Letsui. Deep insights once again. So, I mean, as AI advances, it's not something that is just on its own. AI is influencing every aspect of our lives, including cybersecurity. While cybersecurity is also needed, to shape how AI affects us. So we need cybersecurity, effective cybersecurity, to mitigate any negative effect. Okay, AI is a tool, like any other thing, and it has to be used for good. Thank you very much once again, Letsui. I think we will let's just take like a 10-minute break, and then we'll have the final session. So thank you very much. So, we can use that to interact with ourselves. And please don't leave. This is the most important and the most interesting part of the event. Thank you very much. Okay, production. I hope the online guys are ready. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And, right now, we're going into the final session, and it's the second panel session. And this will be handled, moderated by Michael Osumo, the project manager for Instig Labs. Before I, thank you very much. Before I hand over the mic to
Sure.
before I hand over the mic to Michael, I need to read out his profile. Okay, so Michael is great. Okay, so Michael is an amazing person. He's a passionate program manager and educator dedicated to bridging the gap between theoretical knowledge and industry applications. Through his leadership of the Gen AI network community, he creates hands-on learning environments where students transform theoretical AI knowledge into real-world solutions. I believe you heard about some of his experiences interacting with students who are creating wonderful applications. So AI-powered solutions out there. His approach combines immersive workshops, team-based projects, and skill-building hackathons to help aspiring AI practitioners develop both technical expertise and practical problem-solving abilities. I can attest to this. The first time I met Michael was during the Data Meets Music. Yeah, Data Meets Music. And, it was all about how AI is powering the entertainment sector in Nigeria, how people are using AI to do wonderful things. Please welcome Michael Osumo. And Michael Osumo will also introduce the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience. I promise you this last will be one that you'll be glad you waited for. Without much ado, let me just call to, um, you know, our panelists. Dami Ogunfowo is also going to be talking with us about data security. Then we have three persons online. I'm made to yes. Okay, then we'd like to have Mr. Ayo to join us on the podium. Thank you very much. We also are where we have Letsui, Moses Faya, and Mr. Audu online joining us. So, I mean, it's been so much. Yeah, telling you about AI. The last session was about security, and I just want to ask, if you had a choice, let's say you are okay, that would be too extreme. But just imagine you are in this. Have you seen the movie Saw? Saw. Who's seen the movie Saw? That horror movie Saw, where gives them options and makes them do things. If the option was, do you have your social security, your social network, your social media, your Facebook, your WhatsApp, to have somebody hack into it and make it public, or have somebody hack into your bank account? What are you choosing? What are you choosing? What are you choosing? So you would rather have somebody hack into your social media account and have every detail about you than have your bank account. You can change your bank details, but you don't want them to have access to your social media. Exactly. So the reason why some people, for instance, but does anybody have? Are you? Do you have anybody that's like, no, I have too many things in my Facebook or WhatsApp that if people know about me, it might ruin my life. I can always change my bank account. After all, I have more than one bank. Okay, yeah. All right. So on that note, I want to just shift the question to Dami. I mean, there's so much talk about security, privacy, and as people have said right now, I mean, their bank account is one key aspect where they don't even want to let go of. But where do you think we can apply as professionals, as people in the space? What are the opportunities for being more secured, for applying more privacy awareness to our practice? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mike. I was telling Mike in response to this question that I don't think anybody that doesn't want their social media account to be hacked is going to say social media. Because once we live here and they can hack history. Okay, anyway, going back to the question, I'm going to be coming from um an angle that I understand and that I am passionate about and that we're currently building and working on. Okay, so I think when it comes to AI and when it comes to building AI models, especially for professionals or regardless of what clusters you're looking at the bedrock of this is trust. At the bedrock of giving your data out is trust. Can you trust that the information that you're giving out will be used ethically? Can you trust that if it is being used ethically, the solutions that is produced from these models, can you trust that the solutions are in your best interest? Because in the first panel session, we mentioned Danjuma mentioned where we need to start looking at AI and the future of AI in the perspective of individualism. How can I make it better for me? Because if we want to bring a whole Nigeria, Africa, what's working in the Western countries might not necessarily work in the exact same context because we don't face the same problems. So we don't necessarily need the exact same solutions. So if I'm going to trust AI to create solutions that will benefit me, that wouldn't just benefit, then there has to be a level of trust. If we're adopting models that have already been built, that were not necessarily built locally, how can we then trust that the data that was used to build these models will address my issues, will solve my problem here in my local context of it? I think one of the approaches that we need to use when it comes to creating solutions, AI based solutions, is communities. As a professional, as an individual, what community do you belong to? Because within these communities, we might not be able to have regulatory bodies that can address some of the issues that we have on a national scale, on a federal scale, on a continent scale, because it has not worked so far. Or don't let me generalize. That might be a long shot. But if we bring it down to our immediate communities where we understand our core problems, where we understand the value of the value. Let me put it like this because data is life, yeah. The value of my life might not matter to everybody, but does it matter to my family? Does it matter to my friends? So it might not matter to everybody, but it will matter to your own community. So we need to start looking at creating solutions that are community based, that addresses our. That is why I love what Incata is doing with this program, which is what we also want to do, or which is what where our vision is at the Adrenalina, is to be able to build community-based solutions, because nobody can advocate for your problems like you. You know the solutions that you need. You know how you want to get better, but there's only so much you can do by yourself. Imagine you have people working together and saying, "Oh, this is our problem in this profession, for instance, or in this community. And this is the solution that we want to create." Do you need federal government to advocate for you? You will advocate for yourself. You will form ethical, how do I put it? You'll be ethical about the way you use your data, because you know that when that solution comes out, it's not just you that will have access to it. The general public will also have access to it. So I think community based perspective will be very key to building such solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The answer is so robust. It's almost like we can just end the session. But on that note, what she said about community, everybody's voice here can be cloned. If we've had cases where people will get calls and be like, you know, we've had, people say the voice was my son's voice, and I had to send the money to the person. I mean, community is almost like your best result. Having protocols where you'll be like, this is the thing that only my son or daughter knows. So before I even make a transfer, I'm asking you that question. I don't even care if you sound like him or her, but I'm going to ask you that question. But moving on from, just our communities, for instance, I want to ask Letsui, as somebody who works in the banking sector, hmm, in a way for people to fall prey to some of these, problems, some of these attacks, and how do we guard against them?
Mike, can you repeat your question, please? I didn't get the beginning.
Okay, so I said as somebody who works in the banking sector, and you're familiar with some of these attacks people face when it comes to, scammers. Now with AI, somebody can hear the voice of their son or daughter, right? And feel like, oh, I have to make this transfer. What do you think, are the challenges that has made this kind of attacks to be successful, and how can people safeguard against them?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question, Mike. Is dealing with what we call deepfake, and it's not so far from community issues that have been talking just now. If you look now, there is an issue running at the eastern part of Republic Democratic of Congo, and that war is really impacted by those community issues using artificial intelligence also manners. So artificial intelligence impact when it's close to money, when it's close to reputation, is a matter of concern. But when it's close now to human being, his life is making the subject to be more critical. If you go from that issue where artificial intelligence is used to manipulate communities, to manipulate how people identify himself as a member of a community, or how he's looking at the other member of the community, you can understand how powerful that tool is around data manipulation. That's why I started to say during my presentation, most of the time we have to believe on something. For you, your community is strong. What is coming to your community can guide your action and impact your decisions. But if tomorrow something clone informations coming from your communities and let you understand something different, It can impact the way you react, the way you act. Coming to the banking sector, there's no question of community because the bank is open to everybody. But what is sensitive is we're having data that are important for us according to the classification we have. And the energy you put to protect data depend at the level of classification the data have inside your assets. You can't spend the same amount of energy to protect a data that is not accessible by a wide number of people than the one that is accessible by the wide number of people. Artificial intelligence is also reshaping the way we classify data and the way we protect them. And if you look at deepfake, I started to say we have been training our collaborators and people saying, okay, to identify when you are in a meeting, you have to make sure participant is having an corporate name. You have to make sure participants are having the corporate picture that have been validated. But all those strategies have to be put on the table. And one simple strategy to avoid that deepfake during meeting, for example, is to know, okay, I have a meeting at 10. Who is the host of the meeting? Is the host of the meeting that have to let people get into the meeting? Is the host of the meeting that have to accept people getting into the meeting? And there is another way. When there's a question that you have to ask, if you are asking yourself to know, maybe there's something that is going on wrong, and reflex. How can I say it? An action is to just call the host on phone through a different medium, not during the session, but through a different medium to make sure the people you are communicating with are really the people of inside the corporate. Deepfake have really changed the way we are helping human factor to be enhanced in our environment, especially in banking sector. You talk about what we call in French, we are receiving some orders through phone in house to conduct financial issues through video, through an online session. Top members are giving instructions. So if you don't train people to understand that the tools that they have is a tool of confidence, but the people that may taking part of the meeting, they don't have to behave to them at 100%. So stop applying instruction coming from those type of mediums. You receive the instruction, you get them on your notes, and then you let confirmation through another medium. It's true, it's having an impact on the speed of the way business is going on, but it's the way to protect the people against those new sources of vulnerabilities that are making discussion through phone. You may discover somebody that is not your CEO. During a meeting, you may get an order coming from somebody that is not your financial officer. So get a validation through another medium, through a clear memo, through an formal mail, or through an face-to-face discussion to corroborate what you got during the meeting, according to the criticality. If it's not so critical, no impact you are kind of applying. But when it's come to impact, when it's impacting data of customers, because there's a sentence I used to say, data in all organizations, especially in banking sector, they are not the property of the bank, but it's the property of customers. But if a decision is touching customers' data, is touching customers' money, or is touching customer transaction, before putting it in action, you should get a confirmation through another medium. So that is a simple policy. It's not dealing with technology, because most of the time the most powerful solution are not technological solution. It's a kind of common sense to let understand that things are changing. Use a
Yeah,
different medium to get confirmation. That is how I handle that type of issue.
Thank you very much for that. Direct answer. You need to use common sense. Like, yeah, most of the time, emotions get in the way, but try and use common sense. I want to, go to Moses Fire. Somebody in the legal space. You deal with a lot of common sense issues, and sometimes the lack of common sense being applied. But my question is, what is the smartest way you think that the people that determine how society tends to function? I'm referring to policymakers. So what's the smartest way to regulate the use of AI? It's 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 an innovation, but as we've seen from the last talk, it has dire consequences when people fail to adhere to common sense measures. So, but what's the smartest way that policymakers can regulate its use while still encouraging innovation? This is for Moses Fire. It's not. Okay, so I think the common sense thing to do is to address it to the person closest to law here, which will be Mr. Ayo, who is in the PRO section.
Okay. PR and law have some things in common and also some things differently. So just the same way the lawyer defends his client in front of the law, the public relations consultant defends his client in front of the public. So what I can say in terms of, the policymakers are over there in Abuja and in Alausa, and we are right here in Yaba. However, we can use our common sense as well, to take a look from our own perspective at issues and also give our own advice. I remember we have a we have a policy, I think it's NDPR, that guides data privacy and all of that. But then, if we look at the parallel with Europe, North America, and other developed, we realized another developed countries, we realize that this has not been fully implemented. Now, I don't think this is as a result of poor policy itself. We have smart people like Moses Fire who are advising these people. I don't think the law is deficient, and I don't think the people are. I don't think the people are silly. What I think is happening is there hasn't been. Just like Lanre mentioned, one of the earlier speakers, there is some sort of ideological issue, right, at the fundamental. So you find it pervading every sector of our country. And I will just delve in briefly into history, I'm taking a look at how advanced economies got to where they are. The technology did not come first before the civilization. The civilization came first before the technology. So if you look at the Western societies, they had something called enlightenment over a century ago, whereby their ideas about everything changed, and they grew a developmental mindset. And after then, they had the Industrial Revolution, and so their development leapfrogged immediately. From the Industrial Revolution, they then entered the Information Age, and here we are, right? I don't think we've had our own enlightenment in Africa. So I think over time, right, by building communities and individual ideologies, eventually we will get to that point whereby there's a general ideology, there's a general developmental ideology in the society. And then right now No, just like Danjuma said, the system is faulty. So we can't look at Africa, Nigeria collectively, but individuals have gotten there, right, and are making progress. So back again to the
Yeah.
issue of policy.
Yeah.
I can't delve into the issues specifically, but I know that we need a complete reorientation at a fundamental level. Thank you very
Awesome.
much.
So from what you said, Nigeria or Africa in a way has not had its enlightenment period. Safe to say we're in that period right now. And with groups like Incata, I feel that's one of the founding mission of okay, let us take this to town. Let's empower people with the skills both in AI and cybersecurity. And this brings to the next question addressed to Mr. Victor Audu. Like Nigeria is obviously embracing AI and innovation, you know, balance that with the need for privacy. How do we balance that with the need for ethics? Because on one hand, you need to give people data to build. AI is built on data and whatnot. But how do we ensure that we don't also invade people's privacy while pushing this mission? Mr. Victor Audu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry, I had a little bit of network challenge. Can you reiterate your question just briefly, swiftly?
Okay, so Nigeria is obviously, embracing AI, and we are safe to say at the forefront in Africa when it comes to AI adoption. But how do we blend this adoption, this innovation, with the need for privacy? You know, so how do we? What is the balancing act you would suggest we take, or the approach, especially coming from the thoughts of you having a group like Incata, leading this mission of innovation?
All right. Thank you very much for that question. First of all, I think before we can even delve into solutions, I think there's a need for people to get to understand the importance of that of data, because when people do not understand what data really is, all the core value for data, they tend to throw it all around. So if people don't even understand that this thing I'm giving out, or whatever technology that is coming in that's going to be controlling a certain level of my information, I need to I need to be sure about it before I trust my information to that thing. So first and first, we need to be sure that make sure, and that is why Ikata is here. We need to really create a lot of awareness in the system or in the society at large, where people get to understand that data is power. I don't want to say data is life. Data is power. Let's say every day of our life we interact with data. You go online, you log in with a certain password, you post your picture, you share your geolocation. We do virtually everything. Sometimes when you're eating, you're traveling, you're going on vacation, people are aware of your next move. People tend to like literally keep track of what you're doing and where you're going. So, but when you see in the so when we bring it down to or take it up to MI5 and MI6, the FVIs and CIAs, these are guys that really understand the power of data. That's why when you work with these bodies, before you eventually want to say you want to quit jobs like that, they do a deep search of the kind of information you've done, you've interacted with, and they're not just jobs you just wake up one morning and say you want to resign. If you eventually resign, they may keep your data or and keep track of you for a long period of time before they even think of letting you go, because these are people that understand how powerful data can be. Data can be used for political reasons. Data like HIPAA in the United States, they take health data very seriously because people can use it against you. Let's say you're having a political campaign and all that, and there is this terminal illness you're hiding that supposedly is not meant to make you fit for that position. And just imagine during your manifesto, someone just asks you a question that hits straight to that lapse you have in your health. So imagine what that thing is going to do to you. You're going to be demoralized. You may not even know how to answer questions like that because these guys understand the power of data. And first of all, if our society or Africa as a continent does not understand the power of data, we will not even know the tech we should allow into our space or the ones we shouldn't allow into our space. Now, I don't want to say we're backward because we have the people, we have the mental readiness, but we don't have policies, and our government are not really into pushing technological advancement in the sense that they have politicized everything, whereby even if monies are being made available for such institutions or body to help create this awareness and training, some people tend to pocket it. So this is a major problem. So now when we now talk about technology, before a technology is being brought into a particular region, a particular place, you first of all need to understand, like, when there's an awareness, you get to understand, why am I giving my information to this thing? Sometimes we get excited or carried away with the euphoria of something new has come into town, something new has come into the space, companies download, everybody to download, and we start using it, giving it details. And I can bet you that 95% to 98% of Nigerians do not read terms and conditions when we're downloading apps and all that. We just see an app, downloading Facebook, TikTok, the next thing, we're on. You don't even care whether they're saying that as you're signing into this or taking your life. So because people are not aware of how important data can be. So when they are presented with a new technology as AI, they don't even want to verify and they just jump into it and they just get to use it. So if we create a systematic training to make people aware that as much as we appreciate these technologies that are coming into play, that are coming into the system, we need to verify the root, the reason why this tech is coming into our system. First of all, like TikTok recently, because of the whole shenanigans that was happening between the lefties, like the Democrats and the TikTok owners and all that, they tend to remove it from. They wanted to take it, they shut it down from the US. Now, one of the major reasons this happened was because the US believes that China is using that social media platform as a tool to infiltrate into their data data system. That is the conspiracy theory we believe. It's not like there's a surety around it. And because of that, they tend to shut it down. We can also say that we don't want to overlook the side of competitors trying to shut it down so that they can have monopoly of the apps, or they have plans of bringing one up. But because the bigger picture is that US is a world power and they understand the importance of data, and China is a rising competitor to the US. So they tend to first of all need to take out that particular platform off their shores, because they believe that these guys are infiltrating our system. Now, the US understand the power of data. They know that if an iota of data is being taken from our database, or is being known about us, it can be exploited and be used against us. So they understand these things. So it's not about the excitement of data, it's not about the excitement of AI, it's not about the excitement of machine learning and all that. What we should first of all put in consideration is the impact, the awareness. Are these guys aware of what tech they are allowing into their space? And now, when this awareness is now created, people now know that, okay, this information, this is what it can cause, this is what it can cause, this is the impact, this is the good side and the bad side. They now have a double think before before buying into a certain technological advancement or a certain idea. Now, we now go to the next level, which is government policies. What policies are the government making to make sure that this technology that is being powered into our system they do not get overboard? They don't put us at risk against these people who are initiating this technology into our system. So now privacy is a key thing. Privacy is a key thing to mostly in this technological age. Privacy is one of the most important thing every nation should hold there, even down to our individual life. It's not everything you just let go, because it can be, when it's being exploited, it can be used to destabilize a whole society or a whole continent. It is that important. So, what are the measures the government are putting in place? What measures are government putting in place to make sure? What regulatory bodies are government enacting to make sure that people understand that these are the do's and these are the don'ts? This, your data are safe with us. We can hold your data for a certain period of time. Like the first job I got here in the UK, when I was reading through their, I just applied. They had not employed me. And part of the this employment processes, one of the things he said was, your information is going to be held for a particular period of time, like 60 days. After that, it's going to be taken off our database. And you, as an individual, you have a right. If after 60 days, anyhow, you find out that your data was not taken off their system, you have the right to take them to court, to sue them for holding on to information that you have not, that is not meant to exceed a certain period of time. So, what measures are the government putting in place to ensure that privacy is being held, is being taken really seriously, and how are the people aware that privacy, the important, how are the people really aware of the importance of privacy? So these two things are the major, are two major things I think, if we get right, it will really buttress or boost the privacy level of a nation, mostly as Africa, in Africa as a continent. And I think that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that robust response. I want to just, take a leaf from the answers which you gave, which are, we need knowledge, we need to be aware of what data we are even giving out in the first place, right? Because everything from your voice to give on interviews to even just coming to a place like this, for instance, is also data, because somebody knows your location. If you, for instance, share a poster of an event, you are going to be, somebody knows that you. But I want to come to Dami now and look at it from this aspect of, there was talk about policy, but then at the middle layer are businesses, are people trying to just function in life, go by their daily bread, but they don't really know, or they don't have the awareness, or they don't have the resources, So how would you go about it as somebody who works in the ecosystem with, businesses? Like, what would be your approach, to ensure that some of the issues that were mentioned are really sorted?
Okay, I think I'm gonna the approach that Victor used in asking this question is actually is made here, it drastically reduces the cost for these businesses. So it still brings me back to us creating solutions for ourselves. This is coming together. I think Larry mentioned something that how viable the solutions can consume that build in with consume create has created a solution that is a nutrition based solution that recommends dietary expert dietary recommendations when you need it. Imagine your elderly parent that has diabetes that cannot afford what will I put? That's sorry, that has diabetes. They don't need um oyinbo food in quotes. They need local food. So we need localized solutions like that. If we can look at like that, if somebody is creating the solution, there should be like a community where they can access business experts that can collaborate with them to make it viable. So Larry was saying that how viable are the solutions that we're creating? That is where community, that is where partnership and collaboration comes in. If I'm able to build the product, then I should be able to partner with somebody that is business savvy to collaborate with me, to form a partnership with me, where we can now make it viable. Because the fact that I can build solutions doesn't mean that I'm a business expert. So that's where community collaboration partnerships comes in. So if we're creating localized solutions, it makes it more accessible for us because it drastically reduces the cost of these solutions of producing the solutions basically. So yes, awareness as well sandwich model. So as we are activating these technologies, let's also be creating awareness. Second, let's businesses should be able to access cloud-based security solutions. And lastly, localization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dami, for that. It covers everything like a proper sandwich. You know, and I want to just take a leaf from your response and something you mentioned about, you know, partnership between somebody built a solution, somebody's a business person. My next question is, do you want to, yeah,
Okay, I'm so sorry. I think there's this program where they do where you come to pitch. Is it Shark?
Shark Tank? Yeah,
Shark Tank. Thank you. Where you come to pitch like a product that you're developing,
yeah,
and then the investors, something that those people come for. Sometimes it's not necessarily the money, because most of these people they've even already gained traction. Like even when they're asking for money, they're telling me you've made $2 million in profit. They're coming to ask for $500,000. What do you need it for? It's not really the money they need, it's the
yeah.
expertise.
Access to experts.
Access to experts, the insights, the business insights that you might not have, but these experts have it. So that's where the place of community and these conversations comes in. It gives you access that you might not necessarily be able to have on your own. You might not have access to all the security, all the cybersecurity knowledge that you need. But when you connect to a platform like Incata, you begin to take note of things that, oh, I didn't know this was a threat. I didn't know this was a threat. So these communities are very important. These conversations are very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to just segue to Letsui, and on that note, ask, how do we make security a shared responsibility in organizations? Because for almost every system, humans are the weakest links. So like you see how someone with responsibility as somebody who works in an organization, either a bank, either a school, somebody sometimes has to leave the gate open for the bad things to enter. So let's wait. Let us know as somebody who has worked in security for a long time. How do you make it in this era of what is the place of shared responsibility?
Okay, thank you, Mike, for this central question. Because for me, when we are dealing with data protection, privacy, there is technology But the big part of the aspect is not technology. Let me take you an instance. We got a problem in Africa Union headquarter in Addis Ababa. I think it's 5 years ago, and we found that Chinese government have been spied the meeting, the conferences for many years. It was not dealing with technology. What happened is just that if you ask yourself to know who built the building, it's a Chinese company. Come and build a strategic building for all strategic African discussions. Building have been built by a Chinese company. And many decades later, we realized that Chinese government have been spying discussions. The war is about data, it's about informations. So when you are planning your strategies, you are organizing how you are going to tackle Chinese, how you are going to sign collaboration with them. Are you going separately? Are you going together? They are already aware about it. And since things have been happening like that, first of all, they start collecting data through churches. After they are putting together technologies that we are using to send data to them for free, we are depending to technology. Let me correct it. We need technology to work. And the question for me, as a human being, you are the place where the data start to get into the system, because the most critical data are coming from human beings. Systems are creating their own data, but the most critical data that I'm having the most interest are coming from human beings. They are the one creating data. They are the one putting data into the system. First of all, I will call common sense. To say you are a country like Cameroon, to take this instance, in 2025, you want to build the headquarter of your parliament, and you accept the headquarter to be built free of charge by China government, because that's what is happening now. Is it going to be a surprise to realize that China is spying what you are doing during your parliamentary sessions? It's a matter of common sense. It's not every gift that is good to accept. It's not because somebody will tell you, okay, you are a very beautiful woman. I want us to go tomorrow because I'm seeing you are the wonderful woman I've never met, that you will believe that you are really the wonderful woman you have never met. When there is something that is interesting you around people, you should ask yourself to know what is their own interest on what you have. That is the motto that is building the sensitization campaign I used to organize. The most practical way is not to say, don't do this, don't do that, but to make people to go back and ask themselves questions. I am giving this for what? He's asking for this for what? It's a battle that is not going to end tomorrow, is true, because as I said earlier, the human factor is the weakest part of the strategies, because they are the one producing the data that are carrying the most important, and they are the one also that can disclose the data that can turn to the most critical vulnerabilities. So the best approach for me is to bring people to enter in a kind of continued process while putting their data on the table, asking themselves to know, why do they need my data? Why are they giving me this for free? Why are they helping me to achieve this Why asking me to provide this or that? Those questions have to be asked at the level of states, at the level of continents, because you have been facing a lot of holes because those questions have not been asked. China will come and say, I will build the headquarters of African Union. People are happy. You come and build the headquarters of the parliament.
Hello, can you
People
hear
are
us?
happy. Hello, are you getting me?
Yeah, we lost it for a bit.
Mike?
Okay, I think, yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, hello, Mike, I'm getting you.
Okay, all right. So, I mean, from what you said, we need to ask the tough questions, ask why. But this brings us to the problem of geopolitics, and I want to get Ayo's take here. I mean, do we really have a choice? Because he has posed a very interesting question. Our countries, our states, the continent has to ask why when we get help from, the big guys here. But I'm asking you right now, like, from the angle of both, security and also keeping the economy to running, like, what would be a sensible approach to implement what he has said from, a state level, a country level, and a continental level? How do you see that playing out? You know,
Okay, thank you very much for that question. And then again, it's all about asking deep-seated, pertinent questions. What do I benefit from this? What's in it for my people? If we are speaking collectively now, and it's not about what that person is telling you is your benefit. It's about how you arrive at that the notion that this is of benefit to me. Just if we take a look, we realize there are different powers in the world today. We have roughly 7 8 international powers. I mean, countries that are at the level of influencing other countries. And at one point in time, each of these countries are always competing, or these countries are always competing, for resources and support of different countries of the world. So we can never be free, totally free of influence at all, whether from the West or from China or from Russia. But what we have to take look at is what is in it for us as a people. So whether we want to align with a certain country or not, we should be able to define ourselves for ourselves. One of the things that bother me a lot is the fact that the African man's history is being told to him by foreigners. So much of what we know about our forefathers is actually the white man that tells us. Let's even start from there. Let's do research about who we are. Then we go to, from there, we get to, what actually is happening around us. So from there, we can now be able to uh, be independent, in accessing these kind of situations. Otherwise, we would all just, for instance, if you analyze it very well, you see that the current government actually is fulfilling most of the terms that are being given to that have been dictated to them by international organizations. So um, deregulation, increasing the tax basket, and increasing electricity tariff. So these are policies that have been recommended, and are good, for a free market economy. But then we are seeing some of the impact. And if we also want to go, the socialist way, again, we can decide that we want to have a welfareist government, but welfare without, without yeah, without a source of revenue to back it up, we've entered debt again. So we have to create our own system, you know, that's not influenced by outsiders. I think it's only then, that we can be in charge of our destiny.
Thank you so much. That is an existential answer in a way because it starts at the heart of who we are as a people. I'm talking about people. I want to, in a way, narrow down to Incata and what it stands for. AI, cybersecurity, cutting edge technology. I want to ask Victor, you know, as somebody who is now at the vanguard of leading, what I would call a change, a very aggressive one at that. I mean, what is your, driving, lies the word vision? And if there is one thing you would want Incata to accomplish by way of sections like this, what would that be?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, my drive for this movement or this association stems from a place of a personal experience first, because when you've not experienced something, you may not really have a full picture of what it means to hold it so there. So I've had my own fair share of cyber attacks, and of course I've had my own share of you know uh, organized fraudulent attacks and all that. So, and this stems from this is not something that's recent. This is something that there's something I've always thought of doing. This is something I've always thought of giving back to the society, in the sense that I feel like if I had known better, if there was proper information, or I had access to proper information, most of those things wouldn't have happened. And because I was so carried away in believing that uh, I needed to get to a certain level in my life to be able to get those information. I need to be working in maybe the big fives. Maybe I should be working in Meta, Google, Apple, and one of those KPMG. That's when I can really get, hands-on information. Little did I know that the environment around me held everything I needed to become who I wanted to be. But I just lacked the, you know, quick accessible information, or someone who could open my eyes that these things were just right beside me. The arsenals, the tools I need and the arsenals I needed were just lurking around. So if one of the major push for me is to see that the rising generation, the rising cybersecurity, AI, and technology experts, the aspiring professionals, first of all, imbibe a mindset of knowing that we are in a war. And when you're in a war, everything around you is a tool for fight. You cannot be in a battlefront and your enemy is about to kill you, and you're seeing a stone around you that you can use to hit his head, and you're saying, no, as long as I don't have my rifle, I cannot do anything. So it's a way we at in Qatar we're trying to, open the minds of the upcoming technological experts to know that everything around you is a tool for this war. Everything around you is a tool for this battle. So you don't need to wait to get to a certain level. You don't need the monies in the world. No, you don't need to get the best job to actually be able to start making the impact. Because like I said in my speech this morning, being a cybersecurity or an AI expert is a lifestyle. It's not something you just do because if you're doing it because you want to get by, trust me, in a long way, it's just going to take you a couple of time. You're going to run out of fuel. The enthusiasm is just going to die because it can be overwhelming. But when you make it a lifestyle, everything around you becomes informative. Everything around you becomes a tool to become more. efficient in what you do. It's all about adaptation. And when you make it a lifestyle, you can adapt to any tool that comes in. You're not finding it overwhelming. It's beyond passion, because passion can just be something you love so much, and it might sometimes require you to be motivated to even act on your passion. But when something is a lifestyle, there is nothing you can do about it. Just like when it's time for you to sleep, sleeping is part of our lifestyle. Now, even if you don't want to sleep, if sleep comes, you find yourself tilting your head towards the left and right because you want to sleep. So it's raising. Incata wants to push a society whereby everybody has an opportunity to become equipped with all the necessary tools and information to fight this war. We want everybody to the coming up and the upcoming generation, all the ones already here who are aspiring to become better, to understand that we are the creators of our destinies or anything we want to be. We don't always have to depend on what the external world is bringing to us. We don't have to always depend or wait on what AI, cybersecurity is going to give to us. As much as we celebrate AI and talk about AI so much, it has a lot of limitations. It comes with so much limitations that lots of us do not even see, because these things were created by humans and human errors happen. So we need to get to that place where we understand that beyond technology, beyond AI, beyond me wanting to get a good job, beyond me wanting to be a face of something, it is a lifestyle. We want to impact a generation, a lasting generation, whereby we can take Africa from here to here, where we are not solely dependent on what the crumbs the external world give to us. We have talent in Africa, most especially in Nigeria. We have talent. We have guys that they have the brain for everything. But what these guys just do is that they create a tool, they push it down, shove it down, and create an algorithm whereby certain kind of information gets to us and certain kind of informations don't get to them. Information that distract our youth, that make them feel like, okay, you need to have quick money, quick fame, and all that. But back there, they have they have access to information that promote innovation. They want to create, they want to think. So when communities like these are everywhere, we control the kind of information our society receive. Just like the social media control the kind of information we receive. You can just click on a picture mistakenly. The next minute, as you're coming back to visit your page, you see series of those kind of informations popping up on your screen, because it's an algorithm that's been controlled, that's been set to control how we think, what we react to, and what we would want. So imagine we have 10 of um initiatives like Incata, yeah, everywhere littered around the shores of Africa. You turn here, the only thing you're thinking is innovation. Just like China, the only thing you're thinking is innovation. The only thing you're thinking is how to, protect
Thank you.
the
Yeah.
infrastructure of your nation. So it's just
Thank you so
we
much.
trying to create that. Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's a passion. It's beyond passion. We can see it from your response, and I think the challenge for everybody now is to take what we've heard, see it as just beyond. I mean, trying to build a culture. That's just the essence here. Trying to build a culture. So that let that be the one thing we take home. How do we build the culture of innovating with AI and cybersecurity? On that note, I want to thank all our panelists. You've been awesome. You've given us great answers. I want to thank those both, in the physical and virtual. Also, want to thank everybody who was taking time to be with us today. It's been awesome having you. With that, I bring a close to this session and hand over the mic to Ayo.
Very much. Okay, thank you very much once again. Before I invite Mr. Victor to give a vote of thanks, I just want to quickly go through something very important that I should have. Mr. Daniel, please, your attention is needed. Mr. Daniel. Thank you very much. Can we all see this? This is what I should have done right. So this is just a brief. Okay, this is just a brief introduction into what we do at Incata. So the full meaning of the organization is the International Network for Cybersecurity and Advanced Technology in Africa. Okay, so Incata, this is what Incata is. It's a collaborative platform for technology professionals and enthusiasts around the world to facilitate and advocate cybersecurity, AI, and other forms of technological advancement in general across Africa. We want to create a society in Africa where individuals are inspired to learn and contribute. And our mission is again to create a society where individuals are inspired to learn and contribute to technological advancements. So you see, whilst Victor is speaking, he's talking about collaboration, he's talking about inspiration, creativity. You know, the next slide. I want to go through this quickly. So these are our objectives, and these are the things that guide our activities. So we organize workshops and training programs. After this, you're going to see us. We have all your contacts. You're going to see us organize trainings, real trainings. That will equip people with the right with the capacity. In the fields of AI, cybersecurity, and other forms of digital technology. Empowering students through grants and community contributions. So we're building communities as well, to facilitate um, assistance to students. And we provide career guidance and counseling, support members in their professional development. That's also part of, our community activities. And then we drive advocacy. So part of what we're doing today is driving advocacy around cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. We foster collaborations. Um, the last panel session, all three of us are involved in organizations that facilitate collaborations. Instinct Labs is at the forefront of driving adoption of AI. They are organized hackathons whereby students create products. The Adrenalina is a co-working space and an incubation center. They're trying to um, help solution providers, that's developers and startups, to create access to funding and trainings. And this is Incata. So we galvanize stakeholders into making decisions. So we are connecting with people like uh, policy makers, government stakeholders to again help um, help provide the right conditions for the development of artificial intelligence. So these are, our activities or our services: training, funding, human capital development, And again, we create access to marketing and PR. So if you have a startup, or you know someone that's building a business in the tech space, we can facilitate your access to create the right publicity for you. Again, at some point, get you access to funding, advocacy, of course. Some of our events, like this one, are meant for advocacy. So we're building communities whereby you have access to all of these things on the go. You can interact with other professionals. If you go to our website now, www.incata.org, register, and then you'll become a member of our community. In the nearest future, we'll have more prerequisites for joining, including things like aptitude tests and the likes. So we have specialized book clubs and all of that. So events, cybersecurity in AI workshop is just one of the events that we are organizing. So we are going to be having seminars, webinars, and mixers. So this is the flyer for this event. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. So I will now, so as not to waste your time, this is the end of the event. I will now invite the founder of Incata, Victor Audu, to give the vote of thanks. Thank you very much for your patience.
I really want to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you for turning up, and to everyone who played a crucial role to making this dream become a reality. I really want to say a very big thank you as well to Mr. Ayo, to Simi, to Joel, to Teniola, to who am I missing out? Emanuela, and to Isaac, the media guy. You guys are amazing. And to everyone who took out time to come for this event, we really want to say a very big thank you. This is our median edition, and we believe subsequently we're going to do something better and bigger. At least now you're not aware that we have you at heart, and we're creating a society whereby your dreams will not only remain dreams but be actualized. And you being here today shows that you actually have a passion for something, and this is your first step into living in your dreams. So I just want to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you. We already have all your details and everything, so we're gonna stay in contact. We're gonna be communicating, and Mr. Ayos just read about the everything about our mission and vision and everything we're all about, which I believe most of you are aware of. Visit us at www.incata.org. You see, you have a handful of all the things we're all about. Register register to become a member, and we're gonna be keeping you abreast with updates, newsletters, and all that. So it is better you register now while we're just starting off, because in a couple of months to come, you may have to water the soil because before you can plant your seed. You know what I mean? So that's just a joke. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for taking our time to visit us. And I think there's a little bit of refreshment. I don't know if you guys have had it, just for the sake of our little beginning. Just manage that, and thank you so much. And we love you all, and I would be, if I'm permitted to say, God bless you. Yeah, thank you. Bye. And most importantly, I just want to say a very big thank you to all the speakers. I'm so sorry, my bad. And to Letsu, to Larry, to Moses, the moderators as well, to Dami, and every other person. I'm really grateful for taking out your time. To Mr. Danjuma And to Larry, what's his name? I think there's one that was meant to be a part of this. He had an emergency surgery, so he was not able to make it up. We wish you quick recovery, and we have you at heart. Please do well to follow us on all social media pages, because it is important when we start giving out our community, when we start our community projects, those are going to be part of the criteria as we're going to be using to, you know those that are really, really passionate about this. Please do well to follow us on all social media pages. And thank you so very much. Every person that was involved, the speakers, you guys were excellently marvelous. You guys did an amazing job. I was blown off with all your insights. Thank you so very much. If I'm missing anybody's name, please pardon me for that. And thank you so very much once again. Bye.